Right. I'm hitting record now so I don't forget.
You're all in early.
Are we?
Don't forget to hit record.
Yeah, I didn't think to catch Bird coming in.
I think we're all here.
It looks like a lot more people for some reason. How are y'all?
Very good. What about you?
I am in a good mood. I am awake. These are
That's always
as
good.
as best as I can hope for.
Yeah, same here. It's always good when it's Sunday.
Somehow look like more people because I changed my PFP. Profile picture. I don't know why I said PFP.
I don't know why it's PFP. I don't know how you think that makes it look like more people either.
I mean, it would look like different people, so it might look like more people.
I think it's because I've usually got it scrolled up so I see more of the text channels in case something gets said. I don't usually have all the full list of like voices. How about you, Drac? Did you see anyone die this week?
No, not a person per se.
I like the ambiguous the way you said that.
Well, the Formula One races happen in Las Vegas in like 2 weeks, so we might see something by then.
I replaced my computer, so I got a whole new computer. So my old computer technically died.
Ah, I see.
Right now, I'm trying to install my old solid state because I forgot that's where my character information's at.
Dun, dun.
Did you hold a ceremony for your computer?
No, I was happy. That thing was like 10 years old.
It's like took out back with the shotgun.
Yeah, you've got to set it on fire and then dump it in a hole so no one finds it.
It's not working.
I need to turn Discord up. No, it's maxed.
Why is everyone quiet or something?
It's a little quieter. I got mostly turned up as well. But I don't know, I was just listening to music a minute ago. I don't know if my ears are just attuned to the loud music from a second ago.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I hear you all quite good, but Dark, you're a bit louder there than everybody
I'm louder.
else for some reason.
Probably because I'm more awake and I'm not whispering as much.
Yeah, it seems so through my headset. It's not that everybody's quiet, but you're just tuned up a little bit.
I don't think mine's would have moved the volume. I'm always the same distance from my mic because I'm quite careful about that, but I'm more awake, so I'm probably like actually speaking with some volume.
I gotta give myself access to my own solid state. What the fuck?
It might be working off your old computer's password. Or you might just have to relog into it or something.
Yeah. I said give permission. Now I'm just waiting. It's like infinitely loading.
I mean, if it's the first time you
There
put
it
that in,
goes.
that's
Yeah, it's the
probably
first
just
time.
set up, yeah. Let's make sure Discord's working with this. That's why you should always put your character sheets on the G Drive or Discord.
Don't even know how to do that. You're talking to a guy who doesn't know anything about technology.
You just drop it in the link, or you just send it to me through Discord, and then you can always just like pull it off the chat message.
I think I did send it to you, didn't I? You asked me to do that.
At the start, but I don't think since then.
Oh, updating it's not a problem. It's not a big deal. Documents, maybe?
Draken. Yeah, it's up there on the 17th of September.
Okay. Well, good then.
If you just go to our Discord conversation, scroll up, you can see it.
Yeah. Alright, I'm good then. Let me get into Roll20.
Cool, okay, so do we have any level ups still to be done from last time?
Yes.
So
I'm gonna do the shape shifting, like I said.
Right, okay. Or do you want to wait till after your conversation with the princess in case that alters your decision?
I can do that too. I'm okay with waiting to see.
Speaking of which, where is my notes from last week? I need to consolidate my notes because I have several files now. Right, here we are. Okay. I think I changed my music as well.
Yeah, I still haven't chosen. I'm still indecisive. What would I take for level up? I was thinking about improving my martial arts abilities, and then I was thinking even about taking companion or captain, since we are with Yazoti. I was thinking about if I could somehow persuade Medalla to become my companion, but probably I would have to, I don't know, win a duel over him or something.
Yeah, it's something like that. I mean, the way things have been going, I'm not sure you're in a good position to be recruiting a Sortie at the moment.
Yeah.
I have a thing with you, but I don't know that it would be relevant for a session or two at least. So I don't want to say to you to like hang on and then use that for it.
But don't they like Fee? Because Fee beat up the Minotaur.
Yeah, but still, I think since I'm part of the group, our whole group is kind of stigmatized. Yeah, I can hold on to it. I'm pretty happy with my character so far, and I'm in no rush to take something. So it can be any time when we are making camp or when we have appropriate narrative.
Because I'm just thinking you're probably going to be quite a while before you get a level up again, right?
Yeah, that would be level 4 already. Yeah, it's gonna take a few sessions definitely.
Yeah, so I mean that might be too late to do the thing that I kind of want to touch on, but holding it is going to be a while, I think. Unless you want to just go for the obvious thing and just put it into a stat.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. But the thing is, how I imagined Fee, I didn't imagine, because I already have +2 on quick and +2 on fleshy. So I wasn't thinking of him as the fastest guy or the strongest guy, but the most skilled guy. So taking martial arts, but not being the fastest, not being the, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I will hold on to it.
I mean, something might just come to you during the session or next session or something like that, and you're like, this would be a good place to put it in, or give myself something.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, like you said, I mean, you've been pretty successful doing stuff. I don't think you're hurting for points or abilities.
Oh no, definitely. Having this hero setup was even very hard to create a character because I didn't know where to put all of those points.
Wait a moment. Did we start at level 1 or level 0?
Level 1.
Yeah, we said level 1 this time.
I should be level 3 then.
Yeah, because I like to start at level 0, but when Drac asked me, I said level 1 just out of instinct. So there was no point changing it after that.
Level 1 was handy for me because then I had mana.
Yeah, mana, dude. Starting level 0, mana sucks.
Yeah. Well, you should have your level +1, right? Or
Yeah,
something like that.
you have exactly 1 mana to spend.
Yeah.
I still failed even with the mana to spend, but
Oh, we know. We
Well,
were there.
You can spend spells without mana. Just
Yeah.
fail
But
without
that's
mana.
how you get like your stat rolls have +2. You have to spend mana to get the equivalent.
Yeah, but wasn't there something where if you were out of mana and you failed a spell without using any mana,
You
could
don't have to spend mana to do a spell. You can roll without the modifier. But
Yeah,
if you fail, then you have to like wait before you can do another spell.
Yeah, but it also makes sense because spells are kind of powerful. So
And usually, if you're casting a spell, you want it to succeed, so you're going to want to put something in there to give you a better chance.
That was the thing. Like if I wanted to put like my stat is +2 in sneaky, so if I wanted my spellcast to have +2, that would cost 2 mana. You see what I'm saying? But then then I couldn't cast any other spell with a modifier. So then you're kind of risking it after that point. That's
Yeah.
all we. I think that's all we're really saying.
Yeah, and as we've seen, Drac is risk averse, so
Yeah, I'm risk adverse.
I think last campaign I was playing Rise, and I spent one creation point on one extra mana. I think so.
yeah.
Maybe. But he was also allergic to mana potion, so I needed extra mana.
That's right, yeah. You're the better start pool. How are you, Alan? Your stuff all okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I leveled up the session before, so I'm good.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, I got my character sheet. I finally found it, so I'm all good.
Okay, so Fee and Raz went off to join in celebrations after arena stuff during the night with everyone else. The rest of you kind of went to bed, and Drac was retiring from the night when the shadow in his room, I figured, didn't just step out of it. The shadow actually formed into a silhouette of someone he's seen previously, which we all know as the Princess Luna. Which is, of course, the soul of Princess Luna, because she, of course, actually died a while ago. But she is a recurring character, and she's popped up a few times. And I don't say she was significant in the last campaign, but Drac obviously had quite a few interactions with her in regards to the gauntlet and his demonic nature and traversing between the Fae and the Shadow Plane.
Yeah, I had gave her the gauntlet last time I remember.
Yeah.
Happened to it.
Yes, so she comes into shadow form, and she is just like a shadow silhouette standing in the darkness of the room. And she says, "It's good to see you again, Dracan."
I guess so. Not like I really have a choice.
How are things with your companions on this adventure?
Going as well as expected.
Okay, have you made any progress in locating the tablet?
Yes and no. I'm sure I know who has it. We just haven't made it there yet.
There's something definitely like different about her, because you've seen her before, and she was a kind of solid Fey elf figure. She had kind of
But-
like Fey magicals, sort of like glistening off her previously, because she'd obviously, been in the Feywild for a while and had amassed some of that sort of energy about her spiritual form. But now she's very much more, like I said, shadowy and wispy.
I'm
Although
assuming then.
sorry,
I was just assuming that's because she came to me instead of me going to her. I mean, that's how I would look at that.
yes. Okay, so ask you. So, how well do you feel you know the people in your party, Dracan?
Not very, I suppose.
We discussed previously, of course, how you have a dual soul, because you have one foot in the shadow and one foot in the Fae, because of your nature. But would it surprise you to know that another in your party is also of dual nature?
I'm assuming you mean the tree bark lady.
The Dryad? No, I do not. The Dryad
Oh.
is a creature of the Fae.
Then I would be very surprised.
Of course, your nature being demon and Fae makes you more proficient with the shadow blessings and magic that you receive from your dragon god. This person has not yet realised the nature of their soul and has not utilised the power as yet. But I came to warn you that it stands in opposition to some aspects of your nature.
I mean, that wouldn't really be the first time I've been in opposition, would it?
Smiles slightly and says, "No, it would not. And I'm not suggesting that this person poses a threat to you or is your enemy in any way, but I thought it would be a courtesy to allow you to know that they are potentially in possession of energy that would be directly opposed to yours in nature. Where you are in the darkness, they are in the light.
Oh yay! Another magical light night.
And as you've come to know, those with a dual soul are the key to the junctions between realms and can be a potent source of energy for those who would seek that kind of power.
And is someone seeking this other person?
If I am aware of their abilities and their nature, then I'm sure others have noticed also. And yes, they could be a threat. So you should be cautious as you step forward.
Oh, just what we need. You gonna give me a name, or am I just to, go down and scrutinize my companions?
The boy, the one brought to you from the cube.
The slaver.
Yes, he doesn't seem to be aware of it, but the nature of his soul is split in twain. He has 1 foot here in the material, and 1 foot in a realm that I'm not as familiar with. The plane of souls, sometimes called the sea of souls. And the energy from this realm is opposed to the realm of the shadow energy and the energy from the shadow realm.
The boy. So, the boy, Jesus Christ, or whatever deity they have here. Jesus, like moving Christ. Is that what I would say?
Moon.
Yes.
Yes, you should keep an eye on that one. If he realizes his power, or if the nature of it overcomes him, it could become problematic for you.
Keep an eye on him. Okay. At least that part's easy.
I am undergoing something of a transition myself at the moment, because of my following of the energy from the shadow realm. It has begun to seep into my being, and with the defeat of Ibitsu, who is a lord of the shadow realm, there is something of a power vacuum. I'm not sure how this will unfold, but as a fellow creature of the shadow, I may call upon your help in the future.
To do what? Secure you the place of leadership or whatever you call it of this shadow realm?
I'm not seeking to be a head of power. There are too many important things to be done in the meantime. But if it is a power that can be used to aid our cause, then yes, I would like to make use of it.
Okay.
But for now, I just wish to let you know about your companion and to keep an eye out as you step forward in this adventure of yours.
Do you still have the gauntlet?
It has been held in a place of safekeeping.
Would it not be beneficial to use it?
I am far too inexperienced to be changing the threads of fate, to try to shape someone's destiny. I fear I could cause far more trouble than I could do help.
Couldn't it just show you knowledge? What if we see whoever this is that's after the boy?
But there are many threads and many choices that can be made, and those in charge of the gauntlet, using the right knowledge and tools, or perhaps by accident, could change those fates. It's not something to be tampered with without experience.
I'm just gonna wave my hand. Alright.
She smiles again. Was there something you needed to know? Are you unsure about your path?
No, I just thought information would be handy. Being able to see the future kind of helps with that, wouldn't you think?
You've experienced or seen many futures, Drakan. Do you think it's helped you greatly? to know that there are some paths that lead to your destruction and demise, and some that do not. All the options are available until the moment of our choosing.
I think it's helped me.
As much as I would love to offer you the opportunity to peer into your future again, Drakan, I would be afraid that doing so might have long-term adverse effects to our cause. But perhaps when we have known more and can spend the time in study, you could take charge.
Wave my hand. I want no part of that either. No take charge here.
Very well. We shall leave that for others to explore. But I must go. This place is heavily warded against our energies, and I fear
Tell me about it.
I do not want to raise the alarm.
I guess good luck in your endeavors.
Because I'll be watching out for you, Drakan. And she just kind of like wisps away in a slight breeze. It just fades into nothing.
Wish I could do that. So, Fee. I think I do want to change my my level up.
I forgot to level up. Yeah, so fuck. Never mind, I'll do it later.
Go ahead.
No, it doesn't matter. I'd be changing too much what I said now.
You're good. I'm gonna think about what I heard, so you can switch to somebody else.
So with that, no, everybody else rests for the night. Medalla does not return until sunrise. Which of you would be awake at sunrise?
I can imagine
won't-
she came in awake at sunrise.
Okay,
I
good.
want to say maybe Jam would be out trying to find the piece before we leave.
Okay, so perhaps Jam and Shiki. I mean, I imagine Shiki is just one of those people that is up very early every day. You just seem the type.
Yep.
Disciplined.
I
He's
know I
used to
would
being
be
woken
awake.
up by servants, so he's a little more drowsy than usual, but he's still awake at the time.
Okay, so can imagine you and Jam are up early, having your tea at the morning. The other servants of the household are not even up yet. No one else is like arisen. But Jam's up early because she wants to go to the temple and catch this priest before you leave. And as you are kind of sat there, and the morning sun is just rising, a bloody and haggard-looking Medalla kind of wanders in through the sheets of the doorway. He's a little scuffled looking. I don't want to say he's badly bruised, really, but he looks like he's been in a scuffle or two. He looks like he hasn't slept. You can smell the wine off of him when he steps in, as well as like the sweat. He still has his brother's blood splashed across him. And he steps in with just like a wide-eyed, the look of, not a madman, but a look of someone who's been up all night, really stressed out. And it's very obvious when he walks in, that's like the state of mind he's in. And he sees the two of you and he just nods in acknowledgement, which is a little unlike his greetings have been recently. And he steps over and like picks up a piece of fruit off the table.
I see you've not rested well, my friend.
There will be time for rest later, but we have a journey to take on today. Are the others ready?
I don't believe so. I do believe Milady Jam has a quick errand to run before we depart.
Sort of nods absent-mindedly as he's like chewing down on the piece of fruit.
I'd wager they're more ready than you.
I'll make preparations and ready the caravan so that we may set off when you are suitably attired.
Well, you at least. In fact, you could come to the temple with me. We can see the healers there.
I've just come from the temple.
And they didn't clean you up.
Not that they didn't offer, of course, but no. I decided to spend some time in thought.
You should at least get the blood off of you.
And it's as if the first time he's realising he actually has the blood on him, and he starts frantically like rubbing it with his bare hand. Yes, I must. I will prepare myself and wash. Body should not be left in such a manner. The temple is open. I'm sure they will see you, Lady Jamia. But if the others are not ready, then I must start preparations. Forgive me. And he just drops the half-eaten fruit on the floor and sort of runs off, rubbing his skin.
Do you think he's suitable to escort us still? I don't know if this journey may be too much for him, Shiki. Then again, I don't know if I'd want to stay here after last night.
After the events of yesterday and last night, I'm probably not the most welcome person in this town.
Nor is Madala, I mean.
This is fortunate that we are departing today. I'll remain here till keep an eye on the rest of our comrades.
Make sure Madala doesn't get any more wounds before I come back.
No, we shall simply sit and enjoy some tea.
Hopefully, yeah. And she'll head out at that.
Yeah, so as you set out, the town is pretty quiet because obviously everyone was out partying last night, but there are traders and, the tradesmen and such going to their work this time in the morning. As you make your way to the temple, and when you get to the temple itself, you can already see there's one or two people coming for like morning blessings. One of the acolytes will be standing out front, blessing people and giving them a prayer and stuff. But it's only a handful of people. It's not like a big queue or anything like that. The doors are wide open.
And I believe previously it was a high priestess or high priest that
It was a
She
high
was
priest you spoke to,
see.
yeah. Well, they spoke to, yeah.
I mean, wasn't it, I spoke to someone who said I would need to talk to another high priest or high priestess.
Of Urani, or whatever the deity's name was.
Yona, yes. So she will ask around for wherever a priest of Yona might be.
Sure, one of the acolytes will be, of course. I saw you competing yesterday in the games. You did well.
I think I just had a lucky day.
The acolyte shakes his shaven head. So we make our own luck through training and hard work.
You didn't see me training the day before.
No, but I saw the end result. Clearly, you are a skilled archer.
Thank you. I'll accept the praise.
Leads you through a number of passages, and there's a Zoti woman who has her hair all like braided up with golden clasps holding it in place. And she is standing over the fountain with the healing goddess of rivers and fertility, and administering like a blessing to someone in the fountain. When you enter, the acolyte and makes the introductions. The priestess turns to you and says, "Yes, visitor, how can I help you?"
Might I see you privately?
She looks up and there's no one else really waiting to be seen in this room. So she says, "Yes, we have some time, of course." Takes you into a little side room. There's some cushions, there's like a little low-lying table, there's like a tea set, and she starts to like pour you a drink.
And rather than taking it, Jam will just ask. I was told to see a priest like yourself, priestess like yourself, if I wanted to know about how to stem the tide of demonic influence.
I see. Your people are being threatened by such a force?
And she'll just pull back like her sleeve and show her arm. Not only my people, but myself as well.
Interesting. There are creatures similar to yourself which inhabit some of the desert. I'm not overly familiar with them, I must say. But repelling dark energies, that is something I have some experience in.
Even if I can't cure it, if I can stop it from getting worse, that's all I need for now.
Were you a Zote, I would give you a blessing from Yuna's fountain, but I'm not sure as a non-believer that would be beneficial for you. Do you have a deity of similar vein in your religion?
No, I'm not sure if she would have like particular faith. So I'll just say that I've never been one for specific faith.
I see. And from where do you gain your power?
Nature itself. The earth.
So you worship the world?
Perhaps there was a god that gave me life back before I gained a soul, but that was so long ago that I can't remember.
Then I think the answer to your question is to seek the source of this power. For they would be the one that would be able to grant you the means to enhance it or use its protection to heal you and bring you back to your full self. Everything has a beginning, and with that creation was the one who created it.
So is there nothing I can do with my own strength?
So I mean, she's gonna have abilities to like heal people, but that's not what you're looking for, right? You're looking for something to prevent further decay, right?
Like, if she could rid her body of the demonic influence entirely, then that would be ideal. But she's guessing that to do that, she would need to recover the Feywild itself. So she's just trying to stop the ill effects of it on her body. Prevent it from getting any worse. And she thought perhaps they'd have like a ritual or medicine or whatever that might help for that.
Yeah, so as like she as not as Zote, she's not sure that it would actually help you because you're obviously of a different, not just a different culture, but a completely different species.
Yeah.
You know, to give some study, do you know the source of this disease?
Not exactly. The demons flooded into the Feywild. How many months ago was it now? She's absolutely slipped deep in thought.
Yeah, a few months now. If it's the essence of the nether plane itself, then you would certainly need something to repel this energy, to cleanse your body of it. Our people used to have access to such weapons, such artifacts, but they had been long lost to us.
You don't mean the vast tablet, do you?
She raises an eyebrow because you're obviously not supposed to know about that. It's like, you've heard of such things, but no, the tablet that we were charged with protecting did not have that ability. It was an artifact of enchantment, of control and illusion and subversion. No, what you seek is something, some sort of weapon or poison against the nether energy. Something that would be used against a demon, for instance. If you were to gain such an artifact or power, that could perhaps be a way to remove this and cleanse it from your soul.
I know one poisoner at least. I don't think he'll be any help.
Well,
Do you know where I might get something like this?
if you had the means and the ability, I would perhaps suggest seeking some of our old temples in the desert, but such an undertaking is a dangerous task, and there's no guarantee that you would find what you're searching for there.
And we were setting off like to the east again, weren't we?
Where she's saying is pretty much where you were planning to go anyway. But she obviously doesn't know that you're planning to go there.
But Jan will say, well, I'm setting out across the desert later today. If I can find anything, then I'll stop by it. I won't invoke any wrath from your gods for that, will I?
That it may be the case that you would arouse a guardian of some sort, depending on the artifact and how it's secured. But these things have been lost to us for centuries. I couldn't even tell you where to begin. Perhaps I can give you something though. And she goes into a little wooden box that she has that just looks very plain, and she opens it and she takes out a little copper talisman, which she hands to you. This will give you the protection of Yuna, even as a non-believer. As my gift to you, it contains power, and it may be useful should you encounter something or some power or energy that's been wielded by Azote.
Thank you. Is there something I would give you in return? I don't have much on me.
I don't know, do you have anything valuable you could trade?
If she doesn't, she just assumes that it's meant to be a trade.
I mean, do you have anything that you would give her as a returned gift?
I think I have like literally nothing on me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a gift. She's not expecting anything in return. But if there's something you could offer her, I'm sure she would accept it.
I do not have anything, so I don't know why I asked.
Just says, no, this is a gift. You do not need to return the favour. However, perhaps if you do come across something useful or hidden in the desert, you could bring that knowledge back to us, as it would be valuable to our people.
So I'll try to map the location of it if I find it.
I wish you well on your journey. I hope you are taking adequate protection with you. And an experienced guide.
I don't know how well his condition is, but he is a very good guide. Thank you again. Hopefully I'll see you again.
Of course, you have my blessings.
And she will head back as not to keep the others waiting.
So I guess Fee and Raz, you've been out partying and doing stuff all night. I don't know how early or late in the morning you two will get back.
Oh, Fee is snoring. He had a couple of drinks in a comfy bed now, so he's not too eager to wake up.
Raz hasn't gone to sleep yet. He's just still partying.
Raz comes back and he's got like a whistle in his mouth and a hat, like lopsided on his massive head.
Just carrying Fee over one shoulder.
And he's got like kiss marks from lipstick like all over his body. But this time Grintook is up and he is wearing like the same clothes he usually wears, but like a pajama version. And he's just like sat at the breakfast table, grumbling about how there isn't any meat for breakfast. And as you come in, he gives you a skill. It's like, are we going to eat this one? Is he dead yet?
Just pick him up and hold him in front of me.
It's like peacefully
No, he's still
snoring.
alive. And just toss him into a chair.
He falls down with the chair and lets out a scream, calling for Natasha.
Everyone just turns and stares at Fee.
Oh, now, this is inconvenient. Excuse me, I need to wash my face.
This dream.
Are we?
You might
Are
need to
we,
watch a little more than that, my friend.
Let him finish.
Oh. Well, are we? I see you all dressed up already. Are we in a hurry? Do you have 5-10 minutes to get ready?
Okay, I mean Grintook's still in pajamas, so
Raz is gonna eat breakfast before he cleans up.
Yeah, he's just gonna get ready to get going. Grab a couple of fruits on the go, and that's it.
Amin will come walking in to where everyone's having breakfast and sit down at the table and pour himself a large pitcher of water. As he sits across from you, Shiki. So, Lord Abbey, has my son returned to guide you into the desert, or shall I be making the journey with you today?
Your son has returned this morning. He is currently washing himself at this minute.
I see. Well then I must say it has been a pleasure having visitors for a change. And although...
Pleasure is all ours. You have been magnificent hosts.
Thank you. I'm sorry for my demeanour yesterday. I was understandably upset. But some of you did very well in the games.
It's most understandable. Yes. Not only they came out victorious, but also well off from their ventures.
I must say I was disappointed with your own performance, Lord Abbey.
I do apologise, but as I was explaining to your son that my culture has a code of ethic, we cannot be the first to ever strike in any combat.
I see.
And-
Perhaps there was a misunderstanding in the application process. Surely you shouldn't have signed up for Mortal Kombat when your style is defensive in nature.
My match was not of Mortal Kombat, it was simply first fall. But my opponent did not wish to engage, and so we were left in a bit of a stalemate.
I see. There is something about your colleague, Lord Draken, that does not sit well with me. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something deeply unlikable about him.
I can understand the feeling. Sometimes
he has a devious and cowardly nature.
one of which I've seen does come in handy occasionally, but
You should not
he hasn't betrayed us yet.
You should not shame yourself with such colleagues, Lord Abbey. You are far more worthy and deserving than that.
But the man has proven himself, and until he proves himself unworthy, he shall have my trust.
I see. Well, I fear he will not be out of place in the presence of my son, unfortunately. But let us enjoy our last breakfast together, and I will wish you well in your journey forward.
And I wish you well in the future.
Was there anything else anybody wanted to do here?
But yes, I was aiming to buy a couple of antitoxins and a health potion.
Sure, I don't think you'll have any trouble getting those here.
So let's see.
Antitoxins in particular are many and varied and very available here.
I'll take a whole set of antitoxins for all kinds of different ailments. A set of antitoxins. How much will it cost here?
Well, if you just buy a couple, and we can just say they're varied enough that they'll cover whatever you need to use them against.
Yeah, and one health potion for 100 gold.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
What kind of carriages or beast of burdens do they have in this city?
So you can get like a sleigh sort of thing that a beast can drag along behind it across the sand, or you can have something on wheels. But what's more efficient is to just have a large creature that is used to traveling across the sand and just piling all your supplies on top of it.
What kind of creatures do they have in this town?
A long time ago we came up with a name for these things, but I cannot remember what they were called. But you can get like the howdah that's listed on the vehicles, and it's just like this massive, very wide-footed creature that's used to traveling across the desert sand. And it just has a huge like wooden and linen platform constructed across its back, where you could all comfortably sit and pile all your goods on top of.
Now, would we be buying it or just renting it?
I mean, Fee's got a lot of money.
Alright, Fee, do you want to buy a howdah? You know, just a giant animal to carry you
I say
everywhere?
1,000 coins if you want to buy it.
I can help you pay for it.
He smiles, puts a hand on Rad's shoulder. Oh, my friend Raz, please forgive me, but I do not wish to spend money on such things for now. I am saving my money for something particular. I cannot tell you at the moment for which thing I'm looking for, but as far as I know, we are visiting Merle's Caliphate, so another big city, and I will need money for that city. But here, Raz, I promised I'm gonna support you for new armor. You need something good for yourself. The journey is long. Sophie is gonna give, 300 gold to Raz for armor.
Alright.
A couple of you.
Maybe they don't.
Sorry, go.
I don't think they sell armor here, though. Or at least not the kind of armor that I would need.
You could get like a kind of leather armor thing, or like maybe like a single plate that covers like a shoulder. But yeah, they're not big on covering up the body with armor. It's just not seen.
But hey, in this next city we visit, if I will still have any money left, we might take for the rest of the journey some kind of beast burden to help us. But for now, I will need to hold on this money.
Alright, then I guess before we go, I'll just get the largest tower shield I can get.
Sure. Yep. You can probably get one that's like the height of a man.
I can't find one that's my height. Or is that a height of an Azadi man?
Well, the height of a man, I'm saying, is like 6 foot or something like that, and you're like, what, 7, 8 foot tall?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a big fucking shield.
And how much is for a shield that big?
It's whatever a large shield costs.
It's like the size of 2 shields stacked together, so it's that.
Let's see. Well, I mean, they're Azote, so for them, this is just a shield. Right.
Yeah.
So twice the regular shield cost?
Yeah, it would just be a regular shield cost. Where is this? Shield, 20 for a shield.
Alright, then as we're leaving, I'm just gonna lay it down and tie some ropes to it to pull it behind me.
And if everybody else is in the room, Fee will speak up to everybody. He will look at Jam. Is Jam back?
I think she'd probably return like while everyone was preparing, yeah.
Yeah, he will approach Jam and hand out 50 gold. Lady Jam, thank you for healing me. Without your help and your healing abilities, I would be dead now. Please take this money if you find it useful for something. I would just like to offer this kind of gratitude. And then he will hand out 50 gold to Jakan. Thank you for freeing me from that cage. Because of you, I am no slave anymore. Then he will also give 50 gold to Shiki as a form of thank you for letting me travel with you, for feeding me and providing me shelter.
I'm in no need of this. You may keep your money.
No, please do not insult me. This is a form of thank you.
Not an insult. I value your friendship far more than any capital.
Well, this is for me. I want to repay. Please take this.
Grentu's like, if he doesn't want it, I'll have it.
To make sure the goblin doesn't get it, I'll take it.
Oh yes, Grintuk. Here you go. 10 gold for you. Count on me when you're cooking something. Cook something good. Now you have money, and we'll speak in private later.
Grentu takes the 10 coins and drops it into the massive bag of gold he already has.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Grintook, where's my cut of my fight with Fee?
Oh, you drank it last night. Don't you remember?
No, but I guess that's the point. Wait, aren't drinks free here?
So, yeah, Grinhook's
remember paying for anything.
Grinhook's already picked up his bag of gold and left the room.
What was I talking about?
Okay, when you get outside, eventually you will see that Medalla has prepared the camels for the journey. These are taking a small amount of supplies so these can travel light. And those of you who previously purchased or hired an animal to ride on will still have that. Okay, but at this point, any of you that haven't seen Medalla yet will see that although he is washed up, he doesn't have all the oils and hasn't attended to his, I don't want to say his hygiene, but he hasn't attended to his grooming the way that he seemed to do and seemed to place a lot of pride on previously. So his hair's a mess, his skin isn't all glistening with gold and oils. He's got you can see his bare dark skin rather than the sort of bronzed look that most of the Exotic have. And his eyes are like wide and bloodshot. And he, unlike other Azoti, as we mentioned before, does have armor. He has like plates, shoulder pads, pauldrons rather. One of his arms is all like plated down one side. He has chainmail vest on, and like a light cloth garment on underneath that, so it doesn't burn his skin. And right now, you know, he doesn't look very Azoti. He reminds those of you who have seen them before very much of one of the mercenary companies, one of their warriors.
I guess it's time for us to depart.
Whenever you're ready, my friends, he says.
Well, me lead the way, Lord Medalla.
Yes, let us pay the swath of blood through the sand.
And Medalla, on your travels through your, have you ever seen any of your people's old temples?
I have not travelled into the desert in that direction before, my friend, no. So I'm afraid I have not, but I know the location on the maps and where we are headed.
We shall follow your lead. He mounts his golden white camel.
And please do not call me Medalla. My name is Lord Uwaj of the Mutt.
So with the name change.
It is my full title. And I think from now on it would be more appropriate for you to address me so.
Shall take some getting used to.
You might have expected some of his family come out to see him off, but there's nobody in attendance at all. And once you have packed the beasts and you set off on the direction out of this sort of valley in the desert towards the large open desert itself. So somewhat similar to when you were crossing the desert before, you know, it's just horizon to horizon, expanse of sand and rock, nothing else. And you're doing this under the slightly cooler morning air, which quickly becomes, you know, the beating midday sun, and you're going to travel right through that heat, right into the night to try and make the most of the cool air once the sun sets. But this is going to be a fairly long journey. I could reference this map to work out exactly how long it's supposed to be.
I think when there's like or during one of the probably many quiet moments, Jam is going to probably struggle to keep pace alongside Vazaluro and just ask him, like, does that name mean anything to you, Lord Dulage? I assume you know of the mercenary companies.
Does that name mean anything to me?
The part where it says of the Mott means of the Durban Mott, which was the mercenary company he was a part of.
Then he must...
One of you who has good memory might remember Ulaj was his surname when he introduced himself initially.
He must be one of the leaders, or maybe even the only surviving leader of the Durbaj Mott.
I didn't think he was... Well, he's certainly a skilled mercenary, but I didn't think he had a title. Seems strange that he'd come out so far on his own, if he is so important.
I mean, that's just something that mercenaries do to make themselves feel important. I think I had a title or two. What did I introduce him as when he met the mercenary company?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I recall you have a title to do with Alamek now as well.
I think Grant took, if he overhears, would just like pipe up the big cow.
Yes, that's it. I'm the big cow. Wait, I'm not a cow. just picks Grintook up and throws him in the direction that we're walking. That'll give him some time to think about that.
It's like face down in the sand, his legs just sticking out, waggling from one of the dunes. Before he manages to wriggle himself free and spitting out mouthfuls of sand as he does so.
Oh, that's right. I was an elder, because I was the one who'd survived the longest.
It's after what he did to his dad.
Who, Razalura?
Yes. I think you said he killed his dad, right?
Yeah. In some kind of ceremony or something or other, just because they were fighting.
That is one way to become an elder.
Yeah, the first 3-4 days is pretty, I don't want to say it's easygoing, because with the heat and the sun, it's not pleasant, but it's uneventful. You just don't see anything, and 3-4 days in, it seems like that this is just a lifeless place. There is nothing out here, apart from the occasional vulture flying by in the sky. So, after this point, we're deep into the desert, and any sort of small talk conversation is long since dried up. You are making camp in the meagre shade of one of the rocky outcroppings. So Medalla, as he has done the last few nights, raises a hand to order the halt. And it's probably like midnight when you just kind of like stop. And he's been riding you guys hard, just like not stopping for breaks. Anybody falls off, finds themselves getting left behind and having to chase after to catch up. He's just like straight line across the desert, just not stopping for anyone or anything. But when it gets to like at midnight, he raises his hand and motions that it's time to make camp for the evening. We have 6 hours until sunrise, so make the most of it, my friends. And he starts to set about hooking up his steed and settling down a place to rest for the night. Okay, so one of you guys can roll for camp if you want.
That's just 2d6, ain't it?
Yeah, if you could just as well maybe describe like what kind of pattern you guys have fallen into after a couple of days out in the desert.
Well, Vaz rolled before I did, so he can go.
I imagine that everyone who had a camel rode on a camel and like do you mean how
I mean, Shiki will just be taking care of his camel, setting up a tent that's like more decorative than it needs to be, but still functional.
Raz will just use his weapons to hold up his new shield as like a cover and sit underneath it. Do you mean what kind of path we made through the desert?
No,
Or...
you're riding hard, mostly in silence for like several days across very challenging environment. I'm just wondering what sort of pattern you fall into. Do you know what I mean? Do you clump up into pairs? Are you all kind of separated? Do you all together? Has it made you more united as a group? Like, does it alter the dynamic of the party in any way? Also, given knowledge that you've been picked up, and some of you have had like warnings about each other at various points as well.
I'm guessing that like Jam is still a bit awkward around that, given that she just took a knife to him before they left.
So she doesn't make like an attempt to bring that up or resolve it. It's just
think-
left there.
Like they reconciled a bit, but she's probably still like a wee bit distant. So she's probably like she spoke to Raz the first day that's talking about the mercenaries, and she's probably just trying to kind of small talk with the rest. It's not like she's actively avoiding him, she's just awkward.
Yeah, I don't think I would have noticed at all, and my focus would have been on Fee. Maybe like as discreetly as I could, just keep an eye on him. Doesn't really change my dynamic that we're not talking.
Raz is probably just doing his own thing, just walking alongside the group on his own with just somehow finding food along the way.
Yeah, so I mean, imagine for Raz at least, you've been part of the merchant company and going back and forth along the slave trail. You've done lots of this kind of travel, and it's probably something you settle into quite comfortably. And as well, being Minotaurs, we described like how you do sort of like migrate long distances as nomadic people. So this is exactly the kind of thing that you're used to.
Yeah, this is normal.
I can imagine Fee being very bored and asking a lot of questions because most of his life he lived in a reclusive society. So he's asking about the world to Shiki and Raz, Greentook, everybody bit by bit, probably boring everybody else with all of those questions about the world, about the lore, about the cultures.
Okay, so would that wear on anybody? I mean, I think Shiki probably quite likes just like talking about stuff.
Cheeky will enjoy the conversation, but at the same time, he's going to seem quite distracted because he's constantly thinking about what Drakan and him spoke about last session, but his morals interfering with like other people's morals and may not be in the right.
I think
Maybe what he's done has been a mistake for Medalla.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you go, Bird.
I was just going to say, I think having anything to engage with at all would probably just be a boon in the desert. At least as far as Jam's concerned.
Yeah, I mean, it can be, but it could also be like you're tired, you're hot, you're thirsty. You know, you could just be reaching the point where people are just getting on your nerves, and you do just want to like walk in silence here.
Yeah, I think
person.
that would more be the case when like they're camping in Tent of Est.
Right. Yeah, and when you do get to the point where you are coming to rest, I think all of you probably find the goblin is by far the most irritating creature, because like Raz, he's used to this kind of lifestyle and it doesn't seem to bother him much. So once he gets to like camp, he is more alert and active, and he just complains a lot. I mean, everybody is feeling it inside, but he's outwardly voicing it all the time. And he likes to dig at people and be aggressive and annoying anyway. And this is just like amplified in the environment that you find yourselves in.
Being that my background's traveler, I think I'm kind of used to this kind of shit too. So I think it wouldn't bother me as much if he had questions. And
Yeah.
then as far as Green Tuck goes, I just find it funny.
Yeah, so while everyone else is kind of getting more annoyed at Grant Hook, Drac, you're just finding it as a source of amusement and actually helps pass the time a little better.
Yeah.
I have taken a vow to never strike first. But my urge to kill this infernal goblin is making me wish to break this vow.
And Grant, sorry, before anyone else thinks, Grant took without fail every time he goes for a piss, he makes it into like a challenge for somebody to drink it. It's like, oh, I heard you're all thirsty, and he's like waving his little goblin todger around, pissing everywhere.
You know, I've made no such vow.
Yeah, I feel like Razler is just used to Grintook's nonsense after traveling with him for so long.
Show that to me again, Goblin. I've got knives, you know.
I think retaliating to him, he kind of he's getting off on it. Do you know what I mean? He wants that kind of, he wants to get a rise out of you, and he enjoys it, and it just causes him to taunt you further when that happens. And for Jam in particular, he does not seem intimidated by you at all, Jam.
Understandable, really.
Yeah, one thing he's doing different is he's not speaking only to Medalla in any way. He's avoiding even eye contact with him. And when he looks at him, he looks at him with disdain.
Yeah, Medalla also for his part is definitely more withdrawn than he was previously. He's not unkind, although it kind of feels that way when you are just like marching on and not stopping for people who might be slowing down or struggling. But you have also learned that Azote are kind of that way. It's all about pushing yourself and taking care of yourself. But he's definitely a little more withdrawn, and he's not as open to conversations. He's not jovial around the campfire. He's just like within himself a lot more. But when you make camp this night, it's like the nights before, and it's uneventful. And the next day, you are packing your things at sunrise, getting ready to set off again. And this is maybe the only time of day where Grintook is not as up, not as cheerful and chipper, because he's always very grouchy in the morning when he has to wake up.
Wake up, it's time for breakfast.
There's nothing to fucking eat out here, though. I still say we eat the scrawny one. Come on, Raz, no one's gonna miss him now. Just tell him he died in the desert.
He's too small though.
It's better than nothing, though. We can't even eat the tree one. She's just like a twig.
I wonder if she would taste like vegetables.
The last thing I want is more vegetables. You have noticed when you're getting up in the morning to set off again that as empty as the desert is seen, you are starting to see like little dried like scrub bushes dotted here and there, like a few hundred yards between each other in the sand. And as you set off that day, a few hours into your walk, and it seems impossible to you that Medalla could have any idea of where he's headed in this place because there's just no like landmarks that really stand out. You finally come across a single dried tree that stands like half the height of a regular sized tree. It's not very tall, but it's all dried out and twisted and leafless, and there's just nothing else around it apart from the occasional of these little scrub bushes. But when it's on the horizon, it's just like a speck. When you just get close enough, you can actually make out what it is. Medalla calls a halt. It says, "We must be careful from here." And he throws an eye over to Jam.
Wait, why? How did that survive out here? What killed it?
I was hoping that one of your kind would know about the creatures out here, as they are somewhat similar to yourselves.
Does Raz know about these creatures? And from his traveling around?
He's heard stories of sand sharks in the desert, ridden by spirits, like tree spirits. Medalla looked back and said, "So, you're not aware of dryads such as yourself living in this environment?"
I didn't live anywhere like this. It's been a long time since... Well, I've been in the Feywild for a long time.
Then yes, my friends, we must be careful here. Keep your eyes peeled. Watch the horizon. Watch the dunes. And if you see any more of these things, and he points to the tree, steer well clear. We must go around it. And he like kickstarts his camel to go around it.
And these things are all a danger. It looks more like it's dying to me.
Perhaps it is, but it is dangerous nonetheless. And we must not get too close. They can hear or see through the trees.
I think Jam will trust him on this, because they did choose him as their guide.
Just to be safe, I'm gonna pull a harpoon out of my pack and hold it at the ready.
Sure. Okay. Does
Just
anyone
not
else?
explaining anything.
Does anyone else want to like, seeing Raz like ready his weapon? Does anyone else want to take action?
I think I would be on alert too. I guess pull out daggers.
I do not wish to waste an excessive amount of energy of holding the weapon, so I will be alert mentally, but physically, I will relax. I'm sharp-minded, and I have time out to pull out the sword.
Okay. If anyone is actually like making more of an effort to look out for things, could you roll a careful for me? So Drac doesn't see anything. Raz
The
doesn't
sun,
see anything.
the sun blinds me. The sun.
Yeah, I mean that's perfectly valid. Oh, I love this. Okay, yeah. So you guys,
Oh,
you're not seeing.
hang on. Wait a second. Do I get advantage since this is like a sight thing and I have heightened sight?
Yes, I guess you would.
All right, one more d6.
You're extra blinded by the sun.
No, I got 10.
Should I?
6 and 4 is 10.
Could I use my Life of Danger background to try to re-roll?
If you want to use it on this roll, you could. But I mean,
No, I
this,
think
this
no.
is not an
I'll
approach.
wait.
Yeah, so Raz, if you use all you're looking around, but I mean it's the desert. There's the heat wave, happening when you're looking across a distance in the horizon. You've kind of gotten used to slight sort of like, if not hallucinations or mirages, but optical illusions that are happening and tricking your eyes, and you think you see things when you don't, and you've kind of got used to that now. So you're not fully trusting things that you see anyway. Jam, you're pretty sure you can see what looks to be something like sliding down one of these dunes, as you see like sand being kicked up as it sort of slides its way down. But it could also be like a tumbleweed kind of thing, just like rolling across, or one of these dry brushes came loose in the wind. But Drac, with your like eagle eye vision, you're drawn to where Jam is looking. As you look over, you can clearly see that there is a creature the same colour as the sand and the rock, sort of just like sliding down on top of the sand, and there is something that looks like a tree or one of these bushes on the back of it, and it has a slightly kind of humanoid form.
So is that what you mean, $1? And I'll try to get his attention and still call him $1 because fuck that Lord, whatever shit. and point in that direction.
He turns around and then draws his sword and rears his camel up. He's like, "Battle positions, my friends."
I'm assuming that is what he meant.
Yes, he turns around, he gets his sword, and like starts running around in a circle, frantically looking around to see if there's any more. Sorry, Shiki.
Shiki will slowly dismount from his camel, being very careful and cautious, and draw a couple of some talismans out of his bag and just look around for any danger.
Okay. The single
Not really
figure,
understanding what's going on.
the single thing sliding down the dune in the distance, becomes more like a triangle. And then it's like almost like a spearhead formation, as there are a number of these creatures like gliding across the top of the sand, kicking up big furrows of it behind them. And as they start to get within vision range, we actually make out what they are. This is what you see.
My damn sand shark.
Yeah, he will focus on protecting the camels, move them away from those creatures, and because the camels are very valuable here. So he'll probably shout to Green Took to take the camels to safety and to guard them.
Really? Gintuk? Really?
So
I
I'm going to
I
say,
assume Gintuk wouldn't want them to die because he's probably going to be the first one to have to walk, right?
Oh no, he would sacrifice the camels to keep himself alive.
Gruntit would sacrifice every one of you to keep himself alive.
Granted, we sacrificed the camels just for food.
Oh, this one got his leg broken. We got to put it down and eat it.
And then just complain the rest of the journey for Rez to carry him.
You wouldn't complain, you'd just climb on your shoulder and just do it.
Okay.
Good point.
So once you, I mean, Drac can probably make out how many there are. There's 5 of them in a sort of arrowhead formation. Each of them these big, massive, fang-toothed sharks, which look all dried out and husky, and not really like a living creature. They look like something that should be dead. But the same could be said of what appears to be like some kind of dryad on its back. They also kind of look like a dried out, husky, dead tree version of Jam. And each of them have these like barbed looking staffs in their hands. So they are going to be streaming towards you all. So what do you want to do?
Are there other type of desert monsters that we would know of?
Are there other desert monsters you know of?
I travel a lot. So I know there's the sand beetle insects that s6e's deathly afraid of. I was wondering if there's anything else. Any other kind
Oh
of
yeah,
monster.
so there's the scarabs, sand sharks. Oh god, what is the name of this thing? There is like a type of giant sort of like, I suppose you could call it a sandworm, desert worm thing, but it's not really a worm. It's not quite a plant. It's not quite an animal. But they're also something to be scared of in the desert because they are carnivorous.
Like some kind of plant antlion monster.
No, it's not like an antlion. It is
But
called.
any-
Hang on, I do have the name here.
Are there any regular sized monsters in the desert?
Okay, so these are the
Well-
Almrim Mijalum. And they are like, in English, that's a giant sand striker, is what it's called. There's also the lizard folk, who are the Halishi, which you encountered on Riverbank.
Well, the sand striker is all I really needed to hear. I'm gonna use Phantasm. I guess like have one of those.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Anyway, so I'm hoping it travels through the sand, kind of like the sand shark. So like it maybe just like brushed out in front of these guys,
Mhm.
trying to
Break
to
them
the
up,
side
yeah.
of them a little. Yeah, try to scare them a little bit.
Okay, sure.
I will use 2 mana for this. So 2d6 plus 2. And I will take -1 going forward, I suppose.
Okay. Yes, suddenly from the sand just in front of and to the side of these sharks in their path towards you, this massive spiked worm creature comes bursting out, and it is, of course, Drax Phantasm. Utterly convincing. You guys don't know he can do this, so you just see this massive thing burst out of the sand in front of them, and it does cause the creatures some stress as they kind of like swerve to avoid it. Although these are creatures and masters of this terrain, so it's not as terrifying to them as it would be other creatures.
And I will just have it try to like chase 1 or 2 of them. Maybe try to like keep 2 of them occupied or something.
Yes. I'm just going to count that as like stress against them.
Yeah.
And that would be against all of them, I think. Okay. Yeah, so that will distract, kind of stress them out a bit, make them more likely to run when other things happen to them. So, Jam, what would you like to do?
I suppose Jam's got probably the longest range weapon. So the ones which are making like the most progress away from this thing, I guess she'll just try to like pelt arrows at them.
The
to
ones
keep
in the
them
lead,
near.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so roll with whichever approach you want to use for that. You got some considerable distance, so I mean, if you want to take your time, be careful, you can.
I think careful probably suits the most anyway. So I'll just put that. Oof.
Do you have anything for a reroll?
I do not think I have anything for evil.
Okay, your archery isn't related to a tag or...
Nah, I was considering taking archery thing later on, but
Right. Okay.
not yet.
Your time with training with the children of the Azote has not helped you. Right, okay, well that's going to go badly for you in the second turn.
I only managed to get their attention.
So I'm trying to think. Striking enemy, fail. Okay, yes, you let out a volley at the one that's getting kind of closest to you. And that one, in retaliation, kind of holds up its staff and then seemingly just sort of like pulls the staff in half backwards, and you recognize it as like a bow. And it lets loose this jagged, ragged, thorny looking arrow towards you, and it's going to strike you. If you want to roll defense for me.
Right. So I think I've got +1 only, actually.
If you have any kind of armor, it'll help you.
I think I literally only have the +1. Oof. What are these roll?
You're magical, they're magical. Well, you're going to be equal because you're basically dryads, the same. So you're going to take a wound and a pain or stress.
Right, well, I'll take bleeding because it's stabbed into me, I guess. And then I'll say like it hit her in the shoulder and she drops her bow to the sand.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so Fee, what would you like to do?
After taking the camels to the safety a few meters back, I'm gonna join the rest of them in the line with my sword, and the first one in the line, I'm not gonna go straight at them. I'm gonna try to acrobatically jump to the side, roll to the side, so I can expose their flanks, and maybe climb on top of the sharks. So I'm charging in, but not really at them, more rolling to the side, and then climbing on top of the shark.
So one on the flanks, and you want to go on top of that shark.
Yes,
Right. Okay. Give me a roll.
I suppose that's flashy, or
It sounds kind of flashy, yes, because you're running right in front of everyone else, charging straight up to them, off to the side, and then try to leap from your right to their right. That's a good roll.
I will. Can I reroll with Monk doing acrobatics?
Sure. Yeah. I thought that was another 6 for a second. Yeah, take a pain or a stress from the difficulty of leaping over onto a creature that looks as fearsome as this and something you've never ridden before. But you will successfully leap onto it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a pain. I will cry out loudly in pain because as I'm climbing on top,
Maybe it's
a bone is spiked on the side. Probably.
Yeah. So yeah, you leap over and like climb up the side of it, and as you do, this creature like picks up what's like a curved bone and just like slashes at you with it.
Yeah, and since I'm crying out loudly in pain, I'm no longer surprising them. Everybody knows I'm on top of one of those sharks.
Okay, yeah, you and the rider are going to instantly be involved in a scuffle while this thing is just like streaming along on top of the sand. What about you, Raz? What do you want to do?
I'll Since I had it ready, I'll let loose my harpoon at one of the ones that are on the towards the
lead.
edge of their formation.
Okay, straightforward harpoon launch. That's going to be forceful. And the one on the opposite flank you want to get, right?
Yeah. Just want to get the harpoon stuck in it so I can have a handhold on it to pull it towards me.
Sure, your harpoon like spears into the side of it as it's like streaming towards you. Probably as it's avoiding that Sandstriker worm. And just the faintest like dribble of very thin red blood kind of like seeps out the side of this wound, and the thing kind of like jerks and tumbles and sways. The rider is like fastened to the top of this thing and isn't going anywhere, and has like really good like control over it. But just from the pain and the surprise of you like inflicting this wound in the side of it causes it to kind of writhe and go off course and splits off a little bit from the rest of them. Shiki, what would you like to do?
So, how close are they to us at this point?
Probably like.
Shiki's been standing.
I mean, if you want to wait until they're just about to make contact, you can.
Yeah, that's what Shiki was going to wait until they come close because he will not attack at first until he's attacked. So.
Okay, you want to wait till you're actually attacked?
No. As soon as I like try to attack, I can dodge and then counter.
Okay, do you want to roll to dodge the sand shark's chomping bite then?
Okay, probably be careful because I'm waiting.
Yeah, timing it carefully.
Yeah, so +1. So it's a 9.
Right, you can either take a pain and stress or you can find yourself in a bad position.
I might not take a stress because those teeth are quite intimidating.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm not sure if this is like a living thing or whatnot, so I'm not sure if it's like hurting my code or whatnot.
Right. Yeah, the uncertainty of it. Yeah, and imagine those teeth, as big as they are and fast as they are, they get uncomfortably close to actually getting you, just as you sort of like duck and roll out of the way. But yes,
and once you duck underneath it.
So you roll underneath it or duck underneath it, and then it kind of like skims over the top of you, and then it's going to go at a distance and then circle around to come back for a second strike. But once that one goes over you, you know there's two more right behind it. Is there anything you want to do there?
I was when it was underneath it. I was going to try and slap a talisman underneath it that would freeze it. So.
Right. Okay. Do you want to give me a roll for that one as well then?
But what I was going to say is because of the stress, I froze up and missed my chance.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so the first one it goes over, and like you said, you're just the uncertainty of it all just kind of gives you that pause. This is not a situation you're used to being in, and suddenly at that moment when it's on top of you and it's gliding over you, which is a very unnatural thing as well, you feel very alone in that moment and vulnerable. Before the sun is like blinding you as it passes over again, and your eyes get full of sand as it like passes over. So, Drac, once you've got your phantasm, what do you do? Medal at this point is like circled around, and he's just like charging at one of them and taking a swipe at it, trying to like slice it and knock it off the shark.
I guess since everyone's occupying them, I guess I'll just look for the one closest to the back, like the farthest one back.
Okay, the one in the rear, yeah.
Alright. And are they actually hovering over the sand like that?
Yeah, the way they showed it, they just sort of glide across it with just the tips of the fins touching the sand.
Alright, so then I would use my camel shadow to go up underneath, like appear below it, and then just use my spider claw to stick to it, and then climb up the back behind the dryad. And I guess try to like assassinate it while knowing I'm there.
Okay, so trying to do all that without being spotted is obviously a sneaky roll.
Yeah. 2d6 +2.
It's funny because it's like one of the flashiest maneuvers possible.
It is, but because he's doing it to not be seen.
Yeah.
If he was doing it with the purpose of like drawing attention, it would be the opposite.
Would anything help me with this kind of role? I got Spider Call, obviously, but
No, I don't think. I don't
see
think your stuff
anything.
will usually help
Yeah.
here because this is like a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, they were enabling it to begin with.
I mean, you fucking aced the enemy, so. Sure. So, yeah, you dip into shadow, appear underneath it somehow, completely unseen by anyone at all involved in this. I guess because it's so unexpected. And then you clamber up the side of it, and you're up behind this dryad, and you say assassinate. But what are you doing to assassinate the dryad?
It kind of has like that hair, like kind of like it's like the tree limbs, but it's like his hair, you know. And I just kind of like want to grab that, pull the head back, and then just jam a dagger in his throat. Try to whip out whatever throat it may or may not have. I don't really know how these things operate.
Yeah, like I said, it's just like a very dried out, thorny, twisted version of jam. That's what it kind of looks like, especially up close, where you can see it's just this very dried, like sun bleached bark for skin, and the hair is just this really wispy straw like kind of material.
Right. So I figured she still needs to breathe, so that's why I was like, I'm just gonna try to rip the throat out with the dagger, you know, not my hand. So obviously.
Yeah, you draw the dagger across the thing's throat, and it does clutch at it and causes it to kind of lose control of the sand shark, and it tumbles off of the sand shark into the sand below. But it does kind of like get on its hands and knees and look as if it's kind of like trying to breathe while holding its throat. So it's not entirely dead.
Oh, so that doesn't kill it. Okay. Lesson learned.
Not entirely, but very much so. Very close.
Well, it's a lot less dangerous without being on this thing.
But then you find yourself on top of this uncontrolled beast. So what do you want to do? This thing feels like you're almost on like a skeleton that's covered in like paper for skin. That's the kind of texture, like sandpaper.
It looks like it has a harness around it, so could I try to like yank on one side to turn it, maybe?
Sure. The harness is basically just like roots that have grown around it organically. It's not as if something that's been placed on it.
Right.
But you can grab a hold of those roots and yank on them if you want, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and turn it at one of the other sharks, I guess. That would be what I would attempt to do anyways.
Okay, so I think that's forceful because you're yanking on the thing. Try and make it do what you want it to do.
Alright, 2d6. -1, so it's a 5.
Just checking. Okay, it doesn't matter what it is. It's just gonna be that. Yeah, the shark doesn't like that. It seems to have an instant sort of organic reaction to you just touching the root, even as if like just your presence on its body makes it uncomfortable, and it just thrashes around and tries to snap you in the air. So you want to roll your defense for me.
Yeah. Without armor, I'm assuming.
Your armor will help. Because that's to pierce the armor to get the tasty meat. From you. Okay, so you're going to take a pain and a stress. More from the fall and almost being eaten alive is the stress part. But it's going to miss you mid-air because you're very agile. You just sort of twist around and you crash into like some of the rocky sand desert ground below.
I guess I'll freeze up and drop my daggers.
Okay, Jam, what do you want to do?
Well, since she's just dropped her bow, and I think that's probably the safest way to continue fighting them. Like we were all still like, mounted, weren't we? Except I guess the people who intentionally dismounted.
You're not all mounted now, no.
Yeah, Shiki went off, and
you and Raz and Medalla are mounted.
I think she will now like
Guys, did you have a camel? He's too big.
like half roll off of her camel to try and snatch the bow off the ground, and then just fire off another volley. I don't know if that one that attacked her is one of the ones that someone else got.
It's not been touched though. It would have shot, and probably still coming towards you because you were shooting at range. So you get time to roll. So I think it's going to be quick because you're going to get on there, roll, and then let off that volley before it gets to you.
Yes, and hopefully be ready to get out of the way if I miss.
Are you aiming for the Dryad or the Shark?
I think at this point, the Shark, because even if I kill the Dryad, the Shark will keep coming.
Okay. I'm counting them as a single entity for like damage, but just like narratively.
Yeah, I think if I can make the Shark flinch, it might go off in a different direction.
Yes, I think you'll be able to do that. You roll across the round, pick up your bow, and just a couple of arrows off, peppering the front of this thing, hitting one right on the nose. You can see little tiny dribbles of blood where your arrows pierce its skin, and the thing, either on its own or at the behest of the rider, swerves off to the side and kind of like splits itself off from the pack before kind of getting close enough to make an attack against you. Okay, and it's going to do what the other one's doing with Shiki. It's going to like go out for a distance before it circles around to try and come back again. But they are now very much kind of like broken formation and they're all over the place. So Fee, you're on the back of this one. What do you want to do?
Well, now that I'm on top, and since this Sand Dryad already had a go at me, I'm gonna try to be as quick as I can to lunge at her and to slice off the arm holding the weapon.
Sorry, can you say the last bit again?
I'm going for her arm to slice her arm, and yeah, I'm trying to be quick before she has another go at me.
Okay, sure, quick before she has time to react.
Yeah, and this is pain is gain. I have advantage.
Okay. So 9, 10, 11 that'll be, yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be fatal for that Dryad, because they are kind of weaker than you. Yeah, so you slice the thing's arm off, and it lets out almost like a womanly shriek, the best way to describe it. And it just loses its grip and just like slides off the shark. The shark spins around and just like chomps and swallows the Dryad that you just cut off the shark.
Well, then same as Rakan, I'm gonna try to steer this shark into another shark and jump from my shark to the shark where is the other Dryad.
Right, that sounds pretty flashy.
Let's go. Oh.
Do you want to use your lucky
so
now?
many senses.
Yeah, I might use my lucky, yeah. Let's make it a 10.
Okay, yeah, so you're going to take this shark, you're going to grab a hold of it and just kind of steering its... I mean, it's obviously like starving and it's chewed up its own rider, and you're just kind of like leaning into that and directing it towards the next easiest target, which is the other nearest Dryad rider. And you successfully manage to aim it towards that, and it does so, and it plows into the other shark, and it's not really trying to bite the other shark, but it's definitely trying to get at the other rider, and it's going to cause like some injuries to that other shark as it bites into it. And then as it's doing so, you also leap across the end of its mouth as it's biting and onto the second shark. So that one's for all intents and purposes out of the fight. And a wound on that one. Okay, Raz, after you've thrown your harpoon, what do you want to do?
Once the harpoon's stuck in it, I'm gonna start pulling on the cord attached to the harpoon to pull it towards me.
Okay, with the purpose of doing what once you pull it towards you?
I'm gonna punch it with my shield.
Right, just to smack it. Okay, so give me a force.
Can I re-roll that with Life of Danger?
Yes, that sounds fine. A lot of sixes today, man. A lot of sixes today.
That's
Jesus.
Right, so we roll your defense, Raz. You managed to pull it towards you. Mouth first, aimed right at you.
I guess since they're broken formation, I'm stronger than them. We're not surrounded anymore.
You're not sound anymore now. It's a very high roll. Over for you. You're still going to take a pain and a stress, but you are going to escape being eaten.
I wanted to just latch onto my arm and I wanted to keep trying to bite through my arm, but it's being stuck there.
If the shark bites your arm, you're going to lose your arm. So you can do that if you want, but I would take that as a wound when you're going to take a wound.
That's probably a bad idea then.
Maybe it could catch your shield and not your arm. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, bites its mouth around my shield, so the shield might break, or so I'll lose my grip on my shield and miss something important. So probably forget about the fact that there's a dryad on its back.
Oh, well, I love that you invite that. Yeah, it bites down hard on your shield and it splinters and cracks, but it's a very well made shield, very strong structural integrity to it. And it's like, biting down on it. And each time the teeth are just like inches away from your face and the rest of your arm. And you feel threateningly close to losing, the hand that's holding this shield up. And you're so concerned with like holding firm and pushing this thing, keeping its distance from you, that you fail to realise the dryad that's clambered along the top of it, and it drives its spear like straight down at you. You want to roll your defense again.
Alright.
Alright, so you got full success. You can react first before you have to defend it.
Once it's bit on the shield, I want to try to grab the top and bottom of its jaws between its teeth and start pushing it apart.
Right, so that's forceful.
Would I be able to get advantage on that for being strong?
No, I don't think you get advantage. Like, you're able to do it at all because you're strong. Like, Shiki couldn't do that.
I guess it's fine either way.
Okay, are you trying to just, like, break its jaw by pushing them apart?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think which one this is. This is the one I got back. This is not the one I got back.
This is one that was farther away, that was being chased by the...
Yeah. Yes, you're going to cause an injury to that by breaking its jaw, which causes the whole thing to writhe and wriggle in extreme pain. It's not going to die from that injury right away. And that causes the dryad on top that was trying to aim his spear down at you to kind of like lose his balance, and he falls off to the side. So the shark turns around, limps away basically with his broken jaw. It will eventually die of that injury. But you're now like face one-on-one in the sand with the dryad with the spear. So Shiki, what would you like to do?
So, how many of them are dead and like coming towards me? She'll just be waiting until they come
two
back
are completely
again.
gone. So one is just the dryad on the sand. The other two, which includes the one that went over you, are still flying around. So the one that went over you is going to go zooming over you for a distance and kind of turn around on the dune and come back in for a second strike.
Alright. So Shiki will wait for that one, and he'll try and kick the dryad off of the shark. So try and dodge the bite and try and jump up to kick it off the shark.
Ooh, what do you want to roll for that?
It's probably going to be flashy, but it's not what Shiki would not. But he is waiting, so probably careful as well would be the other one.
Yeah, I mean, it is a flashy move, but I think, yeah, because you are gathering yourself up and waiting for the perfect moment. Yeah, you can get away with it if you're careful.
Okay, so +1 to this. Ooh, it's a 7 at least.
And you're going for the dryad, not the shark, right?
Yes. Dryad, shark.
That's a wound against the dryad. And so you run up and what are you doing? Just like striking the dryad, did you say?
Trying to kick it off the shark.
Sure. Yeah, you go you kind of like grab the side of the shark, swing your body around to like land a kick on the side of this thing's head. And you do so, but it just kind of like wraps its left arm around your ankle as it does so, and the two of you go spinning off the shark into the sand. So you have now demounted or dismounted 2 of the dryads.
At this point, as he faces off with the dryad, it's like, we can end this peacefully. We can all go home. No one needs to die here.
Great time to be thematic.
Yeah, this is what Shiki does. He doesn't like trying to kill other living creatures. It's like if you're a demon, then it's murder, death, kill. But it's like they're probably just another group of people trying to survive. If they leave us alone, they can go away in peace.
So after Drac gets knocked off of the one that he was dealing with, Medalla like charges across the sand and picks out a javelin from like the side of his mount, and he hurls that towards that shark, and it plunges into the side of it, and then he skillfully kind of like just turns and evades its snapping jaws with his camel mount at the last second as well. And then what do you want to do, Drac, as you kind of like slam into the sand?
I guess I'd try to pick myself back up and then go to the dryad that's still alive that I thought I killed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the one that's on the sand, like kind of coughing up blood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
guess
as you approach it, it just holds out its hand as if like pleading for you to stop.
Yeah, that doesn't stop me.
I didn't think it would.
I'll just, I guess to be sure this time, I'll just stab it in the head.
Sure, yeah, and it just, it's like that kind of, it doesn't feel like bone when you stab into it. It's like stabbing into a fairly thick bit of wood. So it kind of like cracks and crumbles around the edges of the knife as it does so. The thing spasms once, it just sort of dies on the end of your blade.
I guess I'm gonna spend some time examining these things, just to with the one I have on the ground dead now, because I want to know how to kill it without having to go through the skull. For future reference.
Do you want to roll clever then? Just because it's not a very slow examination.
No.
To apply what you've seen so far of dryads and such, and what you know of anatomy. Okay, so I mean, like Jam, it seems to have most of the sort of anatomy or anatomical structure of a human. And you can clearly like severed a main vein when you cut the throat. Perhaps you just didn't cut as deeply, or perhaps it's got like a slower pulse rate, and it's not losing as much blood as quickly to like instantly kill it that way.
Right.
So you were on the right track the way you struck it. It's just they're maybe like a little tougher than your average human when it comes to these kind of blows.
Gotcha. So instead of trying to bleed it out, I need to go for like insta-kill strikes.
Yes, which would be difficult because they do have like a tough barky exterior as well.
Yeah. Alright, that's all I needed to know.
So Fee, what do you want to do now?
Oh, as this shark is trying to get to the other dryad, I'm just gonna fiercely, forcefully kick the dryad into the mouth of the shark.
Okay, forceful, I guess. Oh, no saves this time, right?
Oh, unless, well, maybe veteran would help in any kind of combat situations.
That's arguable. Yes. Okay, then you can reroll.
And I think now I'm out of rerolls.
I feel kind of convinced you're going to get a 6 again anyway. Yep.
Oh my god.
At least you're getting them all out of the way in one fight. Okay,
Poor
you want
feet, dude.
so as you go to kick this dryad off, it turns around and stretches out its fingers, and just this blast of hot, dry sand comes from like nowhere and strikes you across the face. You want to roll your defense? Your armor's not going to help.
Sure.
Yeah.
I still have +4.
Oh, you still have +4. Okay.
Yeah, I have a tag for +1 defense and armor trained
Okay.
with agile and trained in the fighting style.
Okay, so you can take a pain or a stress of your choice, and it's just like hot sand that's like raking, burning away your skin. If you had failed that, it would have stripped all the skin, all the flesh from your face.
Yeah, it burns my face. So my face is burned slightly. So let's take that I'm bruised and bleeding. I take -1 forward. A pain.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, since we are in melee, I think my defense would, with the counter strike, would finish her off. After that,
And this is one of the dismounted ones, right?
I thought that was
Yeah.
the last one that was on the
Or
shark.
are you still on the shark?
I'm still on
You're
the
still-
shark,
okay,
and
that's your one. Okay, yeah, so that finishes that one. So what's your counter strike like after that blast in your face?
yeah, after she blasts my face with hot sand and burns the surface of my skin, I instinctively cut her head off.
Sure, yeah. I mean, she's expecting that to just finish you off and just strip your face of skin, and that would be you over and done with. But surprisingly, you're able to like shield it with your chi or something, perhaps, and just retaliate with just one swift decapitation, and her head lolls off. Jam, you're in the sand. What do you do?
I think, from the sound of it, I'm a decent distance from any of them. So I think she'd just mount up and then, I guess, try and find out what the current situation is.
So you knocked one off the shark by peppering the shark with arrows, and it tumbled to the sand some distance away from you. So you want to spend the time
Oh,
you
I
have
thought,
because of the distance.
I thought that it, like the one that I was fighting was still on, was it not? I thought it just went off, like circled away. No.
Yeah, but that must have been the one that Fee was fighting then.
I've lost track of which was which now. But yeah, if that was the one that Fee was fighting, then I don't know if there was one close to me.
Well, the two that are there now are dismounted.
Yeah, I took one on the mount and then steered to the next one
Yeah,
that was mounted as well.
yeah, because Shiki and Raz have two dismounted ones, right?
Right. So it's the one that they aren't currently fighting.
No, that's the only two left.
Yeah, these are the two that are left. The sharks were alive, but they like bugger off once they don't have riders.
Yeah, there's one shark that's dying and two sharks that ran away after eating the people.
Right. Well, I think Jam will, seeing them dismounted, will just like run up to one of them and just shout to, I don't know which one's closer, the one Jazz is fighting or But anyway, she'll approach whichever's nearest and just shout to her ally to wait. We need to try talking to them.
Okay, so Shiki is talking to one. So you want to shout to Raz, who isn't talking to one?
Probably yes, because if you can trust Shiki to not kill it.
Okay, so Raz, Shiki yells over to you, wait, don't kill them.
Raz is like
Done.
mid-arm stretched out, about to grab it around the throat, and just like pauses and looks over at Jam.
Yeah, you're like mid-combat with one as it's trying to strike at you with its spear.
In the moment of distraction, the spear strikes Raz.
You better roll defense then. Well done.
And it's
Jan.
outnumbered now, isn't it?
Yes, they are outnumbered now. So it's going to count as weak as that, yeah. Pain or stress of your choosing.
Stress. I'll let's slash out at an ally. After the spear
God.
gets stuck in me, I'm just gonna grab the dryad and just throw it at Jam.
I'm guessing that the Dryad's going to like collide with Jam and knock both of them to the floor.
Well, he's not going to throw it full distance, so it just kind of like rolls in the sand, sort of halfway between the two of you. Grintook runs over and just kind of goes, "Ah!" as he leaps into the air with his little dagger and plunges it into the thing's shoulder, and then sort of rolls in the sand away from it and gets into like a kind of crouch position. Medalla, for his part, comes like storming along with another one of his javelins, and he throws it and spears the thing through the back of the chest, piercing its heart and causing a small spray of blood in the opposite direction towards Grintook. And that dryad falls over dead in the sand. So now it's just the one left with Shiki, and Shiki is trying to appeal to its better nature.
At least it's survival instinct.
Okay, so what are you saying to it, Shiki?
Are we hearing like screeches as these things die, or do they die silently?
They
think one of
shriek,
them
yeah.
died
A couple of them
probably,
shriek,
yeah.
yeah. The one's got the opportunity to.
Your friends are dying. Like, if you leave now, you can leave in peace. I promise, none of my comrades will chase after you.
The thing pulls out like a curved bone tooth blade, and it's kind of like crouched with the blade, like, and it does speak back to you, but it's a very sharp, clicky kind of language. You just don't understand what it's saying.
Is it moving away or towards me?
Circling you. It's very wary. It's obviously aware now of the predicament it's found itself in.
Point in a direction away from my comrades. If you run that way, promise no one will attack you.
So I'd give
What
you
sort of the direction?
I'd give you advantage for your diplomacy, but that's negated because of the language barrier if you want to make a regular roll.
Yep, just a straight 2d6 roll.
Well, whichever approach you want.
Well, I'm trying to be clever here,
Okay, so what's your clever modifier?
using +1. I'm either a +1 or a -1 now for all my stats. So that's a 9.
Okay, so I'm going to say it does sort of like, maybe it's not even like what you're saying, but just like, you know, the opening you're offering it seems clear, and it beats a sort of like wary retreat, like they're just stepping away reverse at first before deciding it's safe enough for it to make a break for it. And
Yeah,
it manages to like jump and catch one of the sand sharks that are fleeing as it does so, and speeds off into the distance. You turn around to the others, the danger is over, and then this big massive sand striker phantasm that you 100% believe is still real is like burrowing its way across the sand towards you.
It's gonna be chasing the sharks that fled, actually, since I
Yeah,
still have
it's chasing
control of
them,
it.
but Shiki's
Yeah.
between them and it. So it looks to Shiki as if it's coming straight for him. So what do you want to do, Shiki?
Shiki's got magical sight. Does he know that? Would he recognize it's fake, or would he completely believe
Did
it's
you
real with
recognize the
that?
basilisk before you did, didn't you?
Yes. I
Okay,
recognize
yeah,
the
I
basilisk
guess
being real.
based on that, then yeah, you turn around, you see this, and there's a second where your heart skips a beat, and you're like, oh fuck, and then you realise, oh wait, this is the same as I saw before. You don't know where it came from, but now
Yeah.
you're certain someone in your party created this thing because this is the second time you've seen this spell being used.
I'm going to take a stress for this. Like, Jesus, let that come to me. I have a suspicion who it'll be. It'll be two people I believe it could be.
Is it Raz?
Sadly, it's not Raz.
Sadly, no.
Is he a Drakan or Fee in his mind? It'll be.
So after the fighting's over, Raz is gonna start reeling in the one that was dying with the heartburn still attached to it.
Okay, by the time you kind of pull it over to you, the thing is mostly dead.
Then we'll go collect the dryads that are dead.
Yeah, I mean their bodies are just like twigs, very dried out twigs.
I've got dinner. Just holding them all up by their hair, just smiling.
Jam's just glaring at you.
What? It's all part of nature.
Are these things even edible?
I don't think this is good for food, but we could make a nice fireplace out of it.
Yes, and then we'll cook this shark. Just like point over to the shark with its jaw broken, it's slowly dying.
Grantuk pulls his blade out of the dead dryad and runs over to the shark and starts just like greedily carving it up. There's not much meat on this thing.
And Jam's going to go over to that one dead dryad and see if she can like tell if anything's off about it magically.
The one that got speared in front of you.
Yeah, is there a reason that they were so like aggressive? Had they been like corrupted or manipulated or something?
Sure. Yeah, you come over to it and you turn the body over, and its eyes are wide and staring at you as you do so, and it has like one last breath and just goes, "Why?" before it dies.
And she can't detect anything. Like, well, I guess maybe not while it's not alive, but that isn't any magical influence apparent on it.
No, there's no like, it just, it's not tainted in any kind of way. You instantly feel like you have a shared history with this creature. It's clearly like just another dryad, just of like a sort of different family tree to yours. And perhaps out here, where there's so few resources, it just makes sense that they would be attacking travelers like this.
I think it's just like she killed that one like human without remorse, but just for her, it's like these are closer to her, so she still feels that they shouldn't have been killing them.
Yeah.
Even if it was, unavoidable.
And you're reminded of the elf in the forest who warned you about humans and their destructive, murderous nature. And
She just silently examines it, and then leaves it in the sand.
Yeah, at least Raz stopped fighting it when you told him to. When you asked him to stop fighting it.
And flung it at her.
Fee will walk over to Jam as she's examining the dryad. Hey Jam, is this creature one of yours?
I mean, it's a dryad, it's not one of mine. Cousins, perhaps.
So there is all kinds of different species of dryads.
I've never met one like this before.
Well, it's not something I've seen before either. I haven't seen something like you before. But I can see some similarities between these type of creatures and like yourself.
Are you going to use me as firewood?
Oh, that was nothing personal, Jam. What Raz was mentioning, he would eat anything, he would eat a human.
I have. You just you hear him say over where he is.
Yeah. I didn't mean to offend you. I was just throwing some bad joke, probably. Sorry about that.
She just gives an exaggerated sigh. I suppose you're right about that. I just didn't expect it from you.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Maybe time with Raz influenced me, in a way, you know?
Just don't eat any humans. Or me, please.
Medalla kind of pulls up alongside the two of you. And looks down at the creature and just pokes at it with another one of his javelins or perhaps his sword. Chani, as I believed you once were, Lady Jam.
What do you mean?
They are the spirits of the desert.
I don't think I ever lived in a desert.
No, I know that. And I realise that now. But when I first saw your appearance, I believed you were one of them.
You didn't kill me on the spot.
Well, the circumstances were somewhat unusual at the time. But I know now that you are not the same as these foul creatures.
Have you ever tried talking to them?
These creatures do not give you the opportunity to speak to them. They are vicious and bloodthirsty. But it was a good fight. You all did well.
A warrior as skilled as you. I think you could get a word in.
Perhaps, but they like to attack in number. We should not be here long. There will be more of them.
And they'll return and in greater number.
Exactly.
Yeah, her mood is obviously soured again, but she'll mount up and get ready.
So Grantuk's going to harvest what he can from the desert shark, sand shark, before he too has to hop onto a mount and follow hurriedly after everyone else, lest he be left behind.
I wanna take the teeth from the sand shark before we go to. Just maybe part of it just rip off its entire lower jaw.
I mean, the lower jaw is big. You could almost stand inside its mouth.
It broke my shield, so now I'm gonna use its jaw as a shield.
It's not going to be a very effective shield, a jawbone. It's U-shaped.
What if I use its skull?
The top of its skull. I mean, you could take it. You could rip it off just now and take it with you and try to fashion it into a shield if you want.
Yeah,
you could like, bind its bones or teeth together.
Your
into a
shield,
cube shield.
your shield didn't break, so your shield is still usable. It's just damaged.
Alright, so I'll just strap the shark's jaw, skull and jaw to the camel that I can't fit on. Because I'm assuming you brought a camel for me too, right?
Yeah, you had that right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just walk beside the camel and put the jawbone and stuff on the camel.
All right. So you won't be able to fit them on the camel, but you can attach them to the camel and it can drag them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you're dragging its severed head, basically.
Yes.
All right. Yes. That's that's the scene.
You know the Bokoblin fields in Legend of Zelda?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Like just bind the bone of the teeth to the outside of the shield.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could attach them to your shield to strengthen it if you wanted it, to make up for the damage it suffered. But I mean, you didn't fail the roll with your shield, so your shield isn't like broken. Right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick, guys. So back in 2 minutes.
I'll also AFK for a sec.
All I want to know is if you had any other subjects to bring up with each other, either when you made camp or while you're traveling for the next week or so across the desert.
I would probably. I think this is perfect time to approach Drakan. When we have a moment of silence during the walk,
Well,
I would approach Drakan.
it'll be a perfect chance to talk to him if he's here.
Alright, then since he's not up.
I put no $20 back.
Sorry, I didn't see that there. Sorry, Fiona, you go.
So yeah, I'm gonna come up to his side with my camel. I'm gonna nod and I'm gonna speak out. So, Japan, we've been traveling for some time now together. You don't remember me, do you?
Yeah, you're the guy in the cage that I let go. In that one city, on the port.
No. Before that.
Before
We've
that,
met already before.
John a blank.
I think it was somewhere. Do you remember the halfling? I think Finnegan was his name.
Not ringing any bells.
I can't remember the rest of the group. But we were together in the cube. That's where we split apart.
Well,
I'm
I've been
sure
in
it
the
was you
cube-
now.
I've been in the cube many times.
Yeah. But I was probably younger than now. Probably different looking. But now seeing you for some time on these travels, I'm 100% sure it was you. You also are different in a way. But I'm sure we traveled together. I was just wondering what happened to you after we split in the cube.
How long ago was this?
I can't recall. I was captured in the cube, and I can't remember how many days, weeks, or months I spent there.
Well, many things have happened to me in the last months, if we can go by that.
Yeah, well, never mind. The thing I want to ask you is, when we were together at the High Priest of Azoti. The thing you mentioned about the Shadow People, are you one of them?
One of the ones that robbed the Azati?
Well, that's what I figured from the conversation. It's not your clan, but there are many other clans of these people like you.
Yeah, there's a few different scattered around, probably.
And your clan is based where exactly?
The Malefic Caliphate? Malefic Caliphate?
And we are going there, right?
After this temple run.
Good, good. You see, Drakan, I have a thing with these shadow people, and you can help me.
Okay.
I wanna learn from you how to fight against them. What do they use to their own advantage? And what are their weaknesses?
When he's like asking you that line of questioning, Drac, is that like the kind of thing make the hairs in the back of your neck stand up?
Yeah,
a bit?
immediately when he said that, I was like, why would I teach him that? Because now he knows how to fight me. Like immediately, I was like, wait, but no, that doesn't sound like a good idea.
Well, if we are gonna fight them, then it's maybe better if I know their weaknesses or something useful. I'm sure you know.
Well, every branch or clan, whatever you want to call them, they all do things a little bit differently. They all have their own different type of skills they've learned. I could teach
And
you one way, but it wouldn't help you with the other, and without knowing which ones you want to fight against specifically, unless you just want to fight against all of them.
okay, well, I reckon I haven't seen it myself, but the stories that they can use the shadows to their own advantage, that they can just pop out of the shadow, is that true?
They can't just pop out of a shadow. It doesn't quite work that way in particular.
But they can do something like that.
They can cloak themselves, I guess you would say, in darkness. So maybe it looks like they're coming out of shadows.
Can you do that?
No. That's way beyond me.
Is there any way I could learn this?
Maybe, I guess, given enough time and effort.
And do you expect me to be present together with you in with the business with your clan, or is that something private?
That's probably not something I could even. I might not be present. Who knows? They might just talk to s6e, or they might just talk to me, or they might talk to both of us. It's kind of up to them to decide who gets to join and who doesn't. The conversation.
Well, okay, Jokan. I mean, you didn't give me much. But I suppose if you think of something good that we could use something against these shadow people, you will let me know, right?
Well, obviously, if you're afraid of shadows, then don't go places where there are shadows.
If the things would be simple like that. Shadows are everywhere.
Not here in the desert.
But still, each one of us have our own shadows.
Do you think someone, say, Vaz's sides could appear out of someone, say, your size of shadow?
Well, you're the one that seems to know that.
I wouldn't think
How
so.
these things work.
I think if you kept your shadow small, you would have a much better chance.
Okay then. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And then he will just fall back in the line.
So does Fee go away from that conversation feeling that he actually got anything from Drac, or do you feel slighted by him, or what?
I have the impression that he's not telling me much. He obviously knows more than he's willing to share with me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the reason, but I just have that impression that he's not giving me information.
So do you think Fee is still feeling very much like an outsider on this group because the core sort of party are just a little guarded about what they're doing and how they're doing it?
Yeah, and it obviously troubles Fee. From the moment he joined, he was seeking to learn about the objective of the party and the goal. But he's giving just pinches of information, and that's troubling him a little bit. Especially that knowing that we will be facing the Shadow People, which murdered his whole village.
Okay. And I mean, after Fee comes to you with that kind of conversation, Drac, and given what you were already told about Fee and what you already thought about Fee, like after that conversation, how are you stepping away thinking about him?
So like, I actually don't know that the people, like the Shadow People, killed his family. That's something I learned in the
Yes.
first game, and it's something he's told me now. So now I have someone telling me that he's gonna be the opposite of me, basically, and now he's asking how to fight Shadow People. Like, nah, I don't trust Fee at all no more. I'm very, very paranoid about Fee right now.
It's like, who the fuck is this dude? Do you actually not remember him, or
No, I totally remember him. No.
yeah, you're just saying that because you're just like, no, you must be thinking someone else. I've got one of those
Yeah.
faces.
Yeah, I got one of those faces. There's no way I could do all those flashy moves and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, cool. And Jam, you're obviously feeling a little outside the core party being Shuki and Drakan.
Yeah, I think, like, she still kind of feels that she can trust Shiki and Dakan. Shiki, because he's, like, the one who didn't kill one of them. And Dakan, it's just because she was traveling with him for that long before this.
Uh-huh.
And he did kind of open up to her a bit.
Hey, no
But
one
I
saw me
think-
kill the other one either. I didn't kill anybody, as far as you guys know.
Oh yeah, it's just
Far as you guys
like the rest of the party. She's kind of like, yeah, like they killed those dryads very quick. Like,
They're quite bloodthirsty almost. There's a lot of
Which-
violence there. Yeah.
it's a bit hypocritical because she did the same thing to the humans that we met ages ago. But
On
it's
that-
different when it's your kind, you know.
On that note, Razlo is gonna approach Jam and ask her. So these creatures are kind of warriors are common in your realm, or in your land.
No, the ones I knew were peaceful mostly.
Then what manner of warriors would I find if I travel to your land?
Now I don't know if you'd find any at all. We fled the Feywild.
Oh, then they're invaders to fight.
There are.
And what kind of creatures are these? If I ever travel there.
I didn't see many of them while I was fleeing, but there were a couple that were bigger than you.
Then you at least must know of some great warriors from your kingdom.
I don't know if any of them still live. I thought that when I escaped that I might find some of my siblings, but well, you saw how that went.
You don't know much about your lands, do you?
Their current state, no.
Then what about the past? What kind of warriors were there before this happened?
Well, a lot of our pillars were magical. I think my siblings were a bit more skilled than I am. But I don't think they're the kind of warriors you're looking for.
Magic never did much for me anyway.
Well, what would you do with the Feywild? I don't know if I can really trust you going there.
I would, if I, like most places, I would go there. I would declare my intent to fight their strongest warriors, and then I would fight them. And then I would, party.
Well, as long as it's not to the death, some of them might actually be on board with that.
Not every fight has to be the death, just most of them. And
We'll see how this tip goes, and after that, maybe you'll let on an audience.
If not, then I'll just gather the shamans and we'll open a gateway and conquer this new land. Or not.
I have no idea how to respond to that. How do you respond to someone just going, I'm going to go conquer your homeland?
I mean, we wouldn't stay for very long. We would just, I don't know, actually. I don't think my people have ever conquered anyone or anything. We just kind of were always here, weren't we?
Yeah, you just like to fight them. You're not interested in actually ruling over them.
Yeah, we'd probably just leave as soon as we fought everyone.
So far, Vaz doesn't actually seem that destructive. Like, he isn't like a locust swarm. He doesn't like go in, destroy everything, then leave. He just shows up, fights strong people, and then leaves.
Yeah, I mean, there's been enough violence to satiate his violent tendencies, so you haven't seen him go into like a full rage yet.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason that she's entertaining him at all.
Then we must hurry forth on this journey so we can go to your homeland and defeat these invaders so I can fight everyone.
I can actually count on you for that, I think. If that's all you'll do, it's a deal.
Then the pact has been signed, and just grabs your hand and shakes it.
I didn't sign anything.
But you agreed to let me come to your homeland after I defeated all the invaders. By the laws of Moomin, that's a contract.
You know what, fine, that I'll uphold my end of that. Just don't harm my family.
Just please don't hurt me.
Also, she might not even survive that long. It might not happen.
I'm sure everything will be fine. Just pats her shoulder and she just ends up like an inch or two deeper in the sand.
That's the shoulder that had the arrow in it.
Or, no, I guess the camel would end up deeper in the sand.
So over the next few days of your travelling, it kind of continues on as it did, although you're a little more wary now, watching the dunes for sand strikers or dryads riding sand sharks. But it just seems to be an endless amount of nothing. And at one point you begin to kind of lose track of how many days you've been out here. And probably start to question if Medalla really does know where he's going. Because he's, like I say, he's not boisterous and sharing stories. He's just been quite quiet. And his mood doesn't really seem to lift much over the next few days. Shiki, there's like one afternoon where Grintook kind of comes up to you on his little mount. And he pokes you, the way he's kind of gotten used to poking you, just because he knows it agitates you.
Not now, Goblin. I am not in the mood.
Fancy man, I got a question. What's wrong with the big guy?
His son did some awful things. His brother killed his son, and then he killed his brother. Believing himself to be shameful to his family and his clan, he is in a matter of depression.
Yeah, but what's wrong with him? I get he killed a guy and he killed the guy. Yeah, but so.
Yeah. Unlike you, he cares for people. And therefore feels a sense of loss, a sense of wrong, and this has led to a form of depression. You've seen warriors at the Cube who no longer have the will to fight.
Yeah, the dead ones.
The living dead, as they're called there.
The living dead. You mean he's turning into a zombie?
No, not that kind of living dead. The ones who are simply waiting to die.
Oh, so you're saying he's turning into a pussy?
If that's the way you want to put it. I'm hoping this journey can regain his sense of self.
He just like spits into the sand. He's like, great, another pussy.
You know? We're in need of his guide at this moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure he even knows where we're going. This looks like the same fucking sand we've seen for the last days. It don't look no different.
It's because it's a desert. Most of this place does look the same, at least from what I've read. It's my first time crossing a desert.
Yeah, well, if we were start running out of water, I got something you can drink, he says.
I have plenty of water, thank you very much.
I'm just
I have
saying.
no need of those services.
I got a tap and it keeps on giving.
I have my own tap, thank you very much. A much cleaner one.
Yeah, but it's hard to use without a magnifying glass.
She's baffled because he doesn't even get the sexual innuendo I just said. No,
I imagine he's just saying like
he doesn't get this innuendo. He said.
Yeah, I guess he's also like muttering it under his breath. Do you know what I mean? In that passive aggressive way as he kind of pulls away as well.
Because Shiki's using water spirits to get water, so he's like doesn't care.
Yeah. So a few more days pass, and eventually you see something on the horizon. Now, as I said, at this point, you are, thirsty, hungry, tired, sunburnt to the extreme. And are seeing things.
Shiki's had his parasol and his water spirit, so he's completely fine. A little hungry, but other than that, fine.
So everyone else is grouchy and uncomfortable. And you are getting used to seeing things on the horizon, and then when you get to the horizon, it's nothing. But at this point, as you get closer to it, the outline doesn't change, and it does appear that finally you have reached your destination. Before long, the top of a building is poking out from the sand, and before long, you're standing in front of what was once clearly some sort of grand temple. Okay.
And obviously more fresher than everybody. Shiki is mesmerised and is ecstatic.
Could everyone else... Well, you've rested, so you're going to get all your pain back. But could you all take one stress? Just from the arduous journey.
Could I roll with endurance to see if I'm fine?
Yeah, sure.
No, I guess I'm not.
Okay. You already rolled for your background, didn't you, today?
I rolled for Life of Danger. I still have Mercenary.
I'm reluctant to ask, but should I roll for healing for the days we travelled?
You could do a single roll for that if you want, yeah.
I'll say because it was.
I am going to have
over
used up all
days.
my active talismans
I'll
for
just
to
say
keep
that.
my
Not bad.
journey as comfortable as possible.
Right, hang on, let Bird do his thing.
Yeah, sure.
I got peak roll.
8. Okay, so you want to roll 2d4 using the highest. Is this for the party as a whole?
The party as a whole, I don't know who was wounded other than me and Vince.
Okay, so, yeah, anyone who's willing to let Jam put her hands on them can benefit from this.
I only had pain and stress from that fight.
Oh, right.
I've got a long-term wound, but it's a spiritual wound, so
Does this get rid of stress, by the way?
It will help with
With healing?
stress, yes.
Because I had extra stress. I didn't know if that got rid of during our journey or not.
I thought it was only pain and wounds that helped now.
But if they don't have any pain or wounds, it can heal stress. So 2d4, please.
Right.
I think I would let Jam just because, you know, she had that meltdown back in the city.
Okay, if anyone is letting Jam heal them, you've already recovered all your pain. You can recover 3 wounds, and you can recover 3 stress.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Well, if you don't
Not
have, if you
large
don't
on
if you
me.
don't have wounds, you can recover 3 stress.
Yeah, I had one pain and then stress, so
I guess I'm fine then. Does that count the stress we
Oh,
just got from arriving?
I've got that wound that's a spiritual wound. So
I mean,
not sure if that would heal.
She's using magic healing.
Yeah, I'm keeping one of her wounds because it's the wound that won't heal. She got
Yes, that
from
makes
the-
sense. Yeah, but
Yeah.
Shiki, it's magical healing, so you could heal your
Yeah,
injury.
because mine's a wound that won't heal because it's the one I get from using too much spirit power.
Yeah, I think just the time. I mean, you said you've been comfortable this whole time anyway, so I think the time,
Yeah.
coupled with her, working on you over the days, is probably going to help you heal.
Okay. My spirit energy is recovered, but I've used up all my talismans. So I'll need to make more. I need to get into a, not sandy, windy place to inscribe some more.
So once you have healed all that, then you take the stress from the journey.
okay.
Because that is just
Yeah.
overall exhaustion, uncomfortableness and such.
Alright, Raz is gonna lash out an ally.
Violent tendencies. So when you lash out an ally, it's not just verbally. You're going to physically lash out an ally.
Alright, who's closest to him?
Not Grentook. He knows you well. He's going to keep a big distance from you. Who doesn't know better? Volunteers? No.
I will volunteer. I sometimes tag along with Raz talking about the women.
So I'm guessing your stress is gonna be you missed something important.
Yeah, I was planning to take stress that I dropped something important. The wooden talisman I got some from this guy at the previous city. That alerts me of danger. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. You've dropped that, but you haven't noticed that you dropped it.
Yeah, it's just taking the food, taking the water. It dropped out of my pocket and it's somewhere in the sand.
Yeah. Okay, Raz, so when you lash out at Fee, what do you do?
He'll just pause for a moment and like look over at everyone. And their images are just slowly replaced with food. So he lets out a snort, gets down on all fours, and just charges at the closest person
Jeez.
because he's hungry.
You're not you when you're. Oh wait, you're actually more you when you're hungry.
His animal form takes hold. Okay. Fee, do you want to react to him charging towards you?
Well, I'm caught off guard and surprised, so I guess I'm just gonna roll for defense.
Okay then.
I didn't know this was gonna happen.
It's like turns around. Hey Raz, so what about? Okay. I mean, you turn around, but you manage to turn around in time. You just see the red of his eyes, the lowered horns. I mean, you were in the arena with him and you saw him do this, and you just see the same, maybe even more so, like aggressiveness in his posture as he just like barrels towards you across the sand. But you have time to dodge and react.
Yeah, I dodged to the side and I shouted at him, "Hey, Roz, what the hell was that?"
Just growls and quit dodging. I'm hungry.
She's quickly gonna find some food leftovers in his backpack and throw him something. Here I have a small piece of bread and half of an apple, a few carrots.
You look over to Grentook, and you know Grentook has some meat on him because he's been eating meat since they killed that shark. But he's just sort of standing at the sideline, just like watching, not making any actions.
Those will go well with the main course. Just
Are you snapped out of it, Raz, or are you like in a fit now?
is Grintook eating while he's watching?
No, Grentook is just watching to see what happens. He could do something to stop this. Like, you'll probably suspect he could stop this anytime, but he doesn't.
Does anyone have any food out on them? Would anyone be eating as we're arriving?
You know, Raz, you just could have asked for it. You didn't have to attack me. I thought we are friends, you know, going out to the bars together.
You do look familiar. He just picks up the apple off the ground and just says, "Huh. I'm not sure where to go with this."
So you just sort of dazed, like the anger is past, the hunger is past, but you're not quite there where you recognise everyone yet. You're just in a kind of daze. And Grentook comes over and just sort of snaps his fingers a couple of times and holds up a piece of shark tongue.
Oh. I was wondering if we had any left.
Yeah, well, I saved you some. He just throws it up in the air for you.
Just grabs it and just looks around and just like sees everyone staring at him. What are we all standing around for?
Grentook just throws the a dirty look.
Are we good now, Raz?
He just looks at him confused. Why, did something happen?
Yeah, you charged me.
He just looks at Grintook and just like, did I?
Yeah, well, I guess. You didn't hit him or anything, though.
Next time, Raz, please, you can just ask for extra food. We can share. We are all comrades with the same goal.
Why would I need extra food? I still have food in my pack. He just pulls out like a half a loaf of bread.
Yeah, well, that's mine. That's just what I gave you.
Yeah, that's
You
mine.
didn't seem-
Never mind.
You didn't seem quite yourself for the moment, but now it's fine, Raz. I'll I'll just be wary of you next time.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, hey, look, what's that over there?
So Medalla, for his part, is still just like on his camel and just standing at rest, looking over the temple facade from the outside here. He points over to the area in front of it. He says, we could make a camp here. It is sheltered. We should probably send someone inside to look for traps.
Lord Drakan, you and I go look for traps.
Oh, I guess if I'm being volunteered.
Medalla shakes his head. Very well. I will prepare a campsite for us.
Thank you.
And he like takes a few of the broken pieces of the Dryad's body, piles it up into the campfire.
I think seeing that, Jim's just gonna tag along with Shiki and Jack.
Don't worry, I'll stand out here and stand guard with Lord Ulage.
Right, so the three of you approach the entrance to what used to be a temple. You can see it's this very similar architecture to the Azotes. The pictographs on the walls look very similar, with some differences to them. But it appears to be a very ancient structure, made of this deep red sandstone. And
Fascinating. Sorry.
So I was just going to say, most of the rear of the building appears to be covered in a massive sand dune. And when you peer into the inside temple, you can see it's fairly large, but it does seem to step downwards in layers. So yeah, what do you want to do?
Alright, Shiki,
Shiki's
you
just-
volunteered us for this. What's the first step of action here?
Well, we want to clear the area of traps till we get to the inner chambers. You are an expert in these things, Lord Drakan, so although you would not like to say it publicly, so volunteering us is probably the easiest path.
Oh, yeah, sure. You just had to bring that up, didn't you?
Well, it's just you haven't jam, so.
Yeah. I was hoping to get out of work, is what I'm saying. Alright. I guess I'll start my job of shadow stepping and looking for traps.
Would I be right to assume you're being careful when you do this?
Yes.
Okay, so give me a careful roll then.
Shiki's just not paying attention, is now just studying the architecture.
Do you have anything about detecting traps?
I have infiltration, stealth, sneaking. So it's kind of all one thing that was on the sheet.
Okay, well, it's not infiltration, it's not sneaking, so just a regular careful roll.
Gotcha.
Oh, expert. There are a couple of obvious traps that you're able to trigger safely. A couple of just drop traps, like slabs in the roof dropping down that haven't been triggered quite far into the structure. You can see there's a lot of dead, skeletons lying around. There's some outside. There's quite a few inside that have been crushed from drop traps, dead drops, previously. But the furthest ones in that haven't been activated, you're able to deactivate quite safely, and you're able to pretty easily make your way deep into the temple. It does indeed kind of step down and down, just a long set of very wide steps. Each step is like a floor. And some of these will have chambers attached to them. Looks like to be old storerooms, pantries. There's lots of clay jars broken. And again, you can see the bodies of those who have been left behind here. But you're able to get through all that quite easily down to the deep part of the structure, which is far underground. And here it appears to open up to a kind of sort of triangular shaped room. And at the far end of this is just a small sort of alcove, deep alcove. And that seems to be a place of focus because there's a lot more sigils and pictographs and writings around here. It's definitely a ceremonial sort of chamber.
Well, I gotta ask the first question, the most obvious question coming from me first. On the way down, the bodies having loot on them.
Yeah, there's a variety of anything wooden, so like the shields and things like that are rotting away. Some of the armor's rotting away because it's that some of the metal is corroded. So a lot of the swords and stuff like that, they aren't very. You could use them, but they're not very good quality. They probably break after a few uses, or the shatter. But if you want to do like a roll for like shinies that are worth something, you could do another roll.
Right, I was about to say like small trinkets or just gold, like any
Yes.
kind of coins that would have been worth something. All right, so just what kind of roll now? Just a normal 2d6.
Just an normal 2d6, yeah. So what kind of size of things? Yeah, if you roll a d4, you can have that many trinkets that are worth a handful of coins each. One, yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of people who have been here over the years, and anything valuable has more or less been picked clean.
Well, maybe there's something better the deeper in I go.
Yeah, so this deeper part, with this alcove chamber, with this altar in it, seems to be the main focal point, and seems to be about as deep as it goes. Rooms off to the side, such like I said, there's like pottery, stone furniture. That's all been kind of like broken and left to erode and left over time. And there's nothing like standout or special about it. But this alcove, this chamber at the bottom, this seems to be what you were looking for.
Would any of the symbols make any sense to me?
So they're very similar to the Azoti symbols. So the ones you can make out there, you can make out here. You can see it's not being warded against shadow stepping at all, which is going to be obvious too when you're moving around as well. But there are things here that might strike you as familiar as being magical wards of some kind or other against malicious spirits and things like that.
Okay. Guess I go back and get Shiki.
Shiki's just always going to appear like anytime you turn around, like 10 steps behind you for no reason whatsoever. But just never looking at you, just constantly looking at stuff on the walls and on the ground.
Alright, so you're here with me then.
Yeah. This is absolutely fascinating. You can clearly tell the Azoti's own artistic styles have just been evolutions on their time under slavery.
Yeah, sure.
Was this by choice or just by sheer
Nobody chooses to be slaves.
sheer will? What's that?
Nobody chooses to be slaves. This like, I'm assuming this is all happening because they were slaves. They had to be more creative somehow to express themselves.
Yeah. It was the only style they probably knew, so it was much easier for them to simply adopt this style than to try and carve one of their own, maybe. Or maybe just that ingrained nature, they've been doing it for so long that bits of this own style could not, escape from their own artistry.
Alright, well, can you
Simply
read me
fascinating, though.
Since you're studying everything, Shiki, do you want to give me a clever roll?
Yeah, sure. So +1. 7.
Okay. I was about to say so many sixes today, man.
Hey, at least I got +1.
So, seeing that you've already had a look at like the Exotic stuff, there's a lot of it you recognise. You're not able to make out maybe some of the finer details of the more complex parts of the language, but you can definitely tell that this indeed was a ceremonial chamber dedicated to a great gift that this people had been given by an elder god, and it seems to be that it was not just them that were given gifts, but this was a gift that was given to their people to safeguard. And it does in fact mention that it was a tablet, an artifact of great power and of enchantment. And as it was like a gift from God to these people, it was their right to use it in any way they saw fit, which is how they justified in writing their claim over their Azote servants, who were the muscle while they were the brains and the heart.
Is this where the tablet got
Corrupted by their
stolen
own
from?
power.
Sorry. Yes, Drac. He will be able to tell that this is where it was kept.
So this is where the Shadow people stole it from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
I guess like my purpose of being here was to look around and see if I could tell like if it was my clan or if it was the Black Dragon clan.
Well, your clan is the Black Dragon clan.
Oh well, the other one then.
The Shadow clan.
Yeah,
They didn't pick a fancy name. They just went with the Shadow clan.
that's okay with me. That makes perfect sense.
Sure, you can also give me a clever roll. Your investigation is going to be more going through the shadows, because these are the same shadows they would have walked through however long ago it was. So
Yeah.
even though it's another plane of existence, the actual signatures can still be there. And yeah, you're going to be able to tell not who the individuals were, but certainly that it is not the Black Dragon clan that committed this theft. It would have been the other clan, the Shadow clan. But then that also comes to the realization to you that the Shadow clan are in possession of the Tablet of Enchantment, which allowed this ruling class, this culture, to control the powerful Azote people for however long. And that other clan has had this artifact for a long time now. And like all the connotations and consequences that implies just start to like speed through your mind.
I'm starting to think that my clan stole s6e7. It would only make sense to me if your rival got a hold of a powerful weapon, you would also need a powerful weapon to counter it.
That would be similar logic.
Yeah,
They've had it for a few 100 years at least. Seems the Exotic were freed.
yeah. But that's my paranoid side speaking.
Like ominous sounding footsteps, and then it's just Jam approaching.
So I guess
I think he's just completely not noticed.
I would share my findings with s6e. Like I would tell them that I know for sure, that it was the Shadow Clan that took this one.
Just by being here, you know for a fact it was the Shadow Clan.
Yes.
Is this because it's been, abandoned and untampered for so many years?
No, just the way just techniques they usually get in and out is different than the Black Dragon clans.
If I knew this, I would have requested to be able to visit the sacred homeland. Take you there and see if you could get similar confirmations.
Maybe we can do that after.
Maybe. Future goal if this partnership continues.
Yeah. Just, I'll be happy to be the one that goes there and confirms or denies that.
You just hear scraping sound, and you just turn around, and you can also see like Grintook stand in the corner, kicking over a clay jar. What a fucking dump!
There's no loot.
Oh.
I took it all.
Yeah, there's nothing here. What the hell was the point in this?
We didn't come for the loot, Gunter.
There's things more valuable than loot, Goblin.
Yeah, right.
He said, yeah, right.
Well, I'll be outside.
Yeah, okay.
What a shithole.
You know, that tablet is looked in a sin. And she's like reading through the stuff that Shiki looked at earlier. Or trying to read it.
Yeah, I'd imagine Jam's understanding of the Azote and languages in general is not as great. Do you want to give me a careful roll then, Jam?
totally.
Oh damn!
I think even though it's like she just understands the vague idea of it. Like the
Maybe she
stuff you
finds
mentioned.
something that
Oh yeah, like
she finds
that.
something that Shiki missed.
Well, yeah. Ja-
With a 14, yeah, she got more than vague
So
understandings.
yeah, Jam, you're gonna, you find that actually, you've kind of picked up fairly well in the Azotti's writing, and maybe a little more so in this writing because a lot of it's pictographs. So you kind of get like roughly the same idea Shiki does, maybe not quite as much detail, but you know something that Shiki doesn't. And on the far side of this altar in this little alcove temple room, the altar, as you brush some sand away, can be moved. It's been set on a pair of runners, and it can actually slide forward.
You know, that was gonna be my next thing, was like if I could use my shadow somehow to see if there was like another room being hidden or something. But Jan beat me to it.
So I think she got the gist of it as well, that
Yeah.
these people were slavers as well, with the tablet as an excuse,
Yes.
or a reasoning, or whatever you want to call it. Did the two of you think that we should be collecting all these tablets? If one tablet can cause this, then should one person have all of them?
No, I definitely don't think one person should have all of them.
The idea of one person having does frighten me, but a great evil is coming, and we need the power of these tablets to help stop it.
So outside, Fee, I'm assuming you didn't walk in with them then.
No, I was helping them to set up the camp.
So I mean, Medalla, he's been very much to himself the past week or more that he's been across in the desert, and he seems very business-like now. Breaking the dead dryad bodies up for firewood, and setting up sort of pulling some like tarpon over one corner of the outside of the temple to make a shelter. But he gets this done quite quickly and efficiently, and he shares some words with Raz, about mercenary stuff, about doing this previously, and he's almost sort of letting up a little bit and being a little more relaxed, and sharing a story or two or a line or two about a story with Raz. But he still doesn't seem to be interested in sitting down and having a conversation with you, and you haven't seen him crack a smile yet. But you notice, Fee, that the sword that he's been carrying, the one that he drew against the dryads, he lays it out now with the rest of his gear, and you can see that he hasn't cleaned the blade. It's still covered with the blood of his brother.
Although he is in tough situation because everything that happened, the moment he arrived to the Azotti culture, he was pretty impressed. He even mentioned to Mandala that it feels like home. But seeing brother killing brother reminded him of Cube, where maybe they are not forced to fight to the death, but because of their honor, they are like slaves to their principles, and it is no excuse. So that's why he was avoiding the eye contact with Medalla and avoiding speaking with him at all. But of course, hearing about his son, he's curious, but also distant.
Okay, maybe Raz, is there anything you want to say to him when you're outside preparing?
How adverse is Medalla to me to facing the temple?
Say again, sorry?
How adverse is Medalla to Razluro to facing the outside of the temple?
Are you going to ask him, are you okay if I deface this?
Yeah, I need to continue recording our journey.
Yeah.
On the
He said,
stones.
he just shakes his head. This temple stopped being my people's long ago. It was built by those that once enslaved us. You can piss all over it if you wish. I do not care.
Then I shall set to work at once. He just like starts like slowly carving in a full blown rendition of the Azadi city, the capital, on the side of the wall.
Grinthook comes out of the temple as you're doing this, and he's like, "Yeah, this place needs smartened up a bit." And he like whips out his little goblin todger and starts pissing against the statue.
How artistically talented was Raz?
For a minotaur, very. For anyone else,
Like crude stickmen.
probably for a dryad, not very much, since you have like elves and stuff you've met. Like you can get a good idea of what he's drawing about, but if you weren't there, you wouldn't have any idea.
I suppose the Minotaurs did make that mural that we saw.
A long time ago, yeah.
Well, as they're doing that, after all of those days traveling, he will approach Mandala, sit next to him. We haven't been speaking in a while, Mandala. I noticed your blade. It's still covered in blood.
Yes. I do not want to wash away the memory.
Well, it's none of my business, Medala. I was struck by that myself, but I don't know the full story. I just know that I heard from the others that your brother killed your son. Is that true?
He doesn't look at you as he's speaking. He's just kind of like staring forward. It's that he would have been about your age by now.
I'm deeply sorry. At first I was so angry. Why would a brother kill a brother? But then again, if he killed your son...
It was a debt of blood. It had to be righted in the proper way.
Yes, I understand. As much as I am impressed by your culture, and it's reminded me of home, some parts of your culture reminded me of unnecessarily violence, and I don't know what to say, Medalla. For a moment you were like a father figure to me. And now I look at you and I'm angry and sad at the same time. I'm sorry for what happened to you, and it's none of my business. I will not be nosy about it anymore.
That's fine, my friend. You don't need to feel sad about what's happened to me. Everything that's happened in my life has happened because of my actions. I chose to leave my people. I chose to leave my wife when I did. And I did not return when I should have. And these are the consequences of those decisions.
And how will you bear those consequences?
This place doesn't feel like home to me anymore. I think I've been away for too long. And I don't think I am the same as the rest of my people any longer. I spent too long, as you said, around violence and around war, around those that would take the lives of others without provocation. I must find somewhere else where someone like me actually belongs.
Where would that be? For someone like you?
He like just picks a bit sand up with one hand and just throws it off to the side. I don't know. I have travelled far in my lifetime, and I've never felt at home anywhere else. So perhaps there is nowhere for me, but I will keep on searching. The world is a big place.
Well, my master used to say, home is where you are. If you lost yourself, you will never be able to find home.
I guess I'll have to wander the world until I find myself then.
Why don't you join us then? It's a noble quest.
I've
And
already wasted too many of my years on noble quests, I'm afraid, my friend. No, I think the future holds something else for me now.
okay, Maidala. Fair. And he will just be sitting there in the silence watching the fire.
Okay, so you guys back here when Jam discovers that this moves. What would you say to them, Jam?
Jam was just asking them that, like, before revealing it to them. So, feeling try and pull it open. I'm guessing probably needs more than our strength.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that it moves and you go to push it, but there's a lot of sand and stuff like clogged it up and it's quite heavy. So it does require a bit of strength to push it apart.
So I feel like give it a try and then turn to them and go, can one of you help me with that?
You found something, Lady Jack?
I was meaning it to be a bit more dramatic, but I think this can move.
Sure.
And so come to assist. Shikio's trying to study, see if there's like a mechanism to help it move, or if it just needs to be pushed.
It seems to be just an act of pure strength to push it.
Which makes sense when they had muscle like a Zodi.
Alright. Here we go. Want to help us, Lord Drakan?
I mean, I guess I could. I could also just, go down there by myself. But I guess that wouldn't satisfy y'all's curiosity.
Okay, so the three of you together heave this thing and manage to push it several feet into the main part of the triangular prism-shaped chamber. And it kind of like locks into place just before it gets to the center. And there's the sound of grinding and moving stone, and the floor starts to like shift in a sort of anti-clockwise direction for about 90 degrees. Do you just want to do anything, or do you just want to just wait and see what happens?
Guess we'll just wait.
Shikio's just wait and see.
Okay, it locks into place, and then the floor starts to split open. But before it does, like just a section of the middle of the floor collapses and falls into the floor below. You can see that there is another tunnel or a chamber below this one. And the part of floor that crashed down sort of just like smashes into what were stone steps that were leading down there.
Oh, time to descend. Drakan, can you look for traps, please?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You don't sound so sure this time.
Going down to a tunnel by ourselves, I'm thinking maybe we should have got the other people.
I mean, do you just want to go back and shoot the others just now?
No, I don't, because Grintuk would take all the loot and fuck that little goblin. Do I need to roll another careful roll or something? Or
Yeah, sure, roll my careful roll.
Holy shit. I'm gonna use my background to be rolled at. Professional, I guess.
Professional. Yeah, okay. That's what you do.
7. Oh, better than a 3.
Sure, take a stress just from, having to really watch, because clearly the other traps have been activated previously. But although people have made it down here in the past, as evidenced by the skeletons in the sand, there's a lot more traps down here that hadn't been activated previously, and you're having to take your time very carefully to trigger them without incurring physical harm.
I guess yeah, I'll take stress and I'll freeze up on a few of the traps, thinking I've done something wrong or something maybe.
Yeah, I imagine with the last one you freeze up because you think you've made a mistake, but there's no clicks or shifting of sand or boulders or arrows or anything like that. There's no zapping of magical energy, and you wipe the sweat from your brow at relief that seems to be clear.
Yeah. So I see a bunch of skeletons, but I'm guessing we don't see a bunch of other stuff laying around.
No, it seems to be like not quite a network, but there's a series of interconnected tunnels that go around in almost like a square ring.
Can I check the shadows here to see if they made it down here, or maybe they just missed this completely?
Sure. Yeah, give me a roll.
Same. Oh. Another 6.
There is a magical astral signature trace here, and it extends through the shadows that connect these spots. But it's not the signature of the Shadow Clan. You don't recognise what it is, or if it's even anything to do with someone passing through. It's just something you haven't seen before.
Gotcha. Well, I guess I'll go back and get Seeky, let him know it's all clear. Seeky and Jam. Assuming he
And as you
wasn't
turn
following
around,
me.
you see Sheiky's
Ten
just standing there.
steps behind me the whole time, yeah.
CK jump scares constantly.
What if I fucked up one of these traps, Seeky? You just right here next to me. 10 steps back.
She's like fucking
He's
Slender
always
Man.
like 10 steps back. Sorry, he's always like 10 steps behind you.
Yeah, you're Slender Man. Every time he turns around, you fall. You zoom in closer to him.
He's not even looking at you. He's just staring at the wall, just moving when you're not looking.
Yep.
Okay. The writing here, Shuki, before you roll anything, is definitely an older script. It's more primitive. But yeah, as you're looking along the corridor, this is like one long story.
And we just collapsed the ceiling on it.
If you want to give me a clever roll, see how much of the detail you get. How much of this reading out I'm going to have to do here. Why'd you only roll my dice? What's your clever?
+1, so 8.
Oh my god, how much? Okay, so this is a creation story. And it's saying how in the beginning there were two beings, two dragons, one born of light and one born of dark. They were twins. One was Ish Numa, the Lightbringer, and the other was Ur Oruk, the darkness or the shadow. It's describing how the dragons formed the stars and the heavens, and how these twins did, and then from there the stars gave birth to the dragons, who were immortal. And now over time, the dragons created other life forms. But these were beasts. They did not have intelligence or a soul until Ishnuma, the Lightbringer, breathed magic into a beast and for the first time created a mortal with a soul. And then you can see depictions of dragons creating man, elves, goblins, dwarves, etc. How much else of it to give you on a 7?
You give us all of it, but you just mispronounce the names.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't 8. Well, it's 7 plus.
7 to
You-
9 same
7 to
thing.
9.
Change up some
Yeah.
facts. Make it so it's misinterpreted.
He's getting flashbacks to the mural in the Minotaur Temple.
Yeah, do you want me just to give you the bit that relates directly to that then?
Yeah, okay.
You can see, there's creation of worlds, and then there's a thing that's depicting the creation of locations, but it's not drawn in the same way as worlds are, which are spherical. But it is depicting like locations, and one of these locations is all fire and craggly, spiky cliffs. Okay, it shows you Uruk, the dark dragon, traveling through tunnels, clearly in the shadow of light. And then it shows you what look to be demons, as you recognise from the other panelling. You then see Uruk with minotaurs, or like creating minotaurs, and then you can see him fighting other dragons and fighting demons. You then see the Lightbringer, Ishnuma, dying, but nothing is killing him, so suggesting that they are like a sacrifice or a suicide. And then it's depicted as being like an ocean with the symbols of souls.
Sea of Souls. The hellscape of the demon world. The tunneling of the shadow world.
And then we see Uruk in front of all the different races, and the depiction is like of 8 rectangles being created in Uruk's presence. And these tablets go into like different races or tribes.
The ancient tablets. They were created by the dark god, Numa.
Yeah, I'm gonna start busting out some paper, start copying all these down the best I can.
Okay, put the names into Roll20.
Yeah.
I think Drakan will recognise Uruk's depiction as being very similar to the depictions his clan uses for the Black Dragon.
Yeah, that's why I immediately started like copying all this down so I can give it to back to my clan to translate better than what Shiki's doing. No offense to Shiki.
Well, Shiki's going to be saying all this out loud and not even think about you.
Well, yeah, that's why as soon as you mentioned the name, I was like, oh shit, I gotta start copying this.
Jam, can you also roll a clever for me?
Sure. Did you say that the Dark Dragon was fighting against demons?
Against demons. Leading
Why?
minotaurs.
I'm getting all my good rolls now.
Okay. So Jam, you're wandering along this hall and like looking at these different depictions. But the one that catches your eye and is recognisable to you is a clear depiction of the creation of the Feywild. And it is another dragon, not the 2 original ones, but another dragon is like giving up its life in sacrifice for the creation of the Feywild. And it's depicted as like a garden with beasts and plants in it. And you can see the elvish peoples are depicted alongside this story as well, and they are also given one of the tablets.
And can she understand like this other dragon's name or anything?
Just give me 1 second to check some.
Of course, I think given that she's not as educated as Shiki, it'll make sense for just no.
I mean, you keep saying that, but you keep rolling better on the clever rolls than Shiki is.
Yes, but I think that's just she can intuit something better. It's not that she can understand it.
I don't think we've given a name to the Spider Queen, but its name shares a great similarity with the name of the Spider Queen, which is a Feywild deity.
I'm assuming that if Shiki had rolled, a 13, he would know a lot more than what.
Yeah,
Champ
you get
would
more
know.
details about the story.
Yeah. We know the leader of the Spider Queen's army. But
Yeah, I don't think we did give the Spider Queen.
No, I don't
A
think we've
name.
given her like an Elvish name or
Yeah.
anything like that. But whatever the Elvish like word or the Feywild word for the Spider Queen is, it's very similar to the name of this dragon, as far as you can interpret it.
It's one of the most detailed origin stories I've ever seen. You've never heard of. And it connects all the original origin stories I've seen in other clans almost too perfectly. This is one of the greatest marvels in archaeology we've probably ever found. Was ever been found. And that damn goblin said there was nothing of value down here.
Is there anything shiny on the walls?
While we're at it,
Oh, he will deface the planes.
well, if you climb up, Raz is inside the temple now, just defacing the walls.
so
Why do you think I immediately started copying all this?
whereas the rest of the temple had obviously been looted over the years, this is much older, and it does not appear to have ever had like gold or turquoise or silver or marble or anything fancy, and it is just like very basic stone. But I think like Drac, both Cheeky and Jam, being magical beings that they are, you would get the feeling that there's like old trace magic throughout this place. And all you're able to like determine from it is that it's a very ancient kind of magic, and it's quite weak now.
Did I assume the goblin runes we were in before felt like far more recent than this?
Yes.
And is there like more to this rune? Like, can we go even deeper than this?
No, it just kind of goes round in, like, if you were drawing a circle but it was all straight lines divided up, they're just kind of like arranged that way. So it goes in a circle just telling this story. There doesn't seem to be any passages or doors or extra chambers to it.
So you said Shiki also can sense the magic or whatever?
Yeah, them being like magical guys, they'll be able to like sense it down here. Okay, so while you guys are down there, Fee, you're outside with Madala, and you're just kind of like sitting there. Raz is going back inside the temple. Grintuk is who knows where. And you hear a sound that you recognise from weeks ago, the buzzing in the air. And you and Madala both look at each other for a moment before you get up and go around the edge of the facade of the temple to look over the dune behind it. And you can see like a strip of like a dust cloud making its way in your direction from the mountains beyond.
Merala, what do we do?
I'll do what I came here to do, my friend. I will protect you all from these creatures.
Well, no. Let's destroy the camp. Let's hide the signs that we are here. We hide in the temple. Maybe they don't find us.
Hide? We cannot hide. We're not cowards.
We don't need to pick unnecessary fights. Our goal is much greater than that.
We would have to. Even if you destroy the camp, the camels are still here and they will see them and they will know we're here. These are scouts ahead of a large army, most likely, or a hunting party. We must kill them all before they can return.
How many of them do you reckon?
It looks like trying to gauge up the size of the clouds. I'm seeing no more than a handful, 4, 6.
So if we kill them all, no survivors, we might buy some more time.
Exactly.
Let's do it then. let's set up an ambush.
Okay, how do you propose to set up an ambush?
Well, I can be bait to look like a lone traveler, and then Azothi and Raz cut them off and prevent them from escaping, leaving nobody alive.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be like, we'll run and tell the others we don't have much time.
Will we have time to call the others?
You'll have time to run down there and yell at them, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna yell as loud as I can down the corridor. Enemy invading!
Raz will look up from where he's making up Shiki's backstory on the wall. It's just Shiki just walking out of the ocean, just like nothing around, and he'll just walk out, follow V's voice.
The rest of you just hear like the echo of his voice coming down.
Okay, Medalla. I'm gonna expose myself out in the open. When the moment is right, you cut them off. No survivors, remember?
Of course, my friends. And he grabs his bow off of his camel.
Raz, let's take them as many as we can. And yeah, Fee will run out into the open, being very obvious, trying to lure them, setting their backs to the rest of the party, while he will try to hold on.
Sure, so you're out in the open as bait, effectively.
Yeah.
Okay, Medalla's going to be like off to the flank, behind the dune, just kind of waiting for the opportunity.
He has abandoned them.
Raz will just get his sling and cannonballs ready.
Okay, yes, as before, there's just like a cloud of dust in front of them, and it just like engulfs and swallows Fee up, blinding him. You can't see more than like a few inches in front of his face as he's surrounded by this miniature sandstorm. And then all of a sudden, the loud buzzing sound coming down from above straight towards your feet. What do I do?
I'm ready with my sword, and whatever comes close, I'm cutting.
Okay, all right, give me a roll.
I suppose I'm being careful. I'm taking my time.
Okay, yeah, listening for this sound, trying to get the target right.
Yeah. There we go.
So just again, okay, so 11, they're weaker on you, so that is a kill. One of these creatures, pale skin, chitinous armor, buzzes down out of the sand, but you're able to pinpoint exactly where it's coming from based on the sound. And I just want to tell me how you kill it.
Well, I don't actually see it. I just know that I've cut something through with my sword, probably in half. I just see silhouettes of them through the sand and focusing on the buzz and sound.
Sure, you lash out with your sword and it's just like the crunch, the spray, and the chattering sound of the thing as it quickly dies and its body flops down beside you. There's a kind of thump, thump sound off to the side of you, and you can hear the crunch of shell and more kind of skittering sound as another one like falls into the sand somewhere in the distance. And Medalla yells out, "Now, Raz!"
Lining up with one of the shadows in the sand around Shiki, or where Shiki was. Rez is just gonna let loose one of his cannonballs.
Shiki's inside still.
I mean, where Fee was.
Yeah. Okay. I'm guessing because you can't see them, you're going to be at disadvantage.
Would my projectile skill
Cancel
give
that
me-
out. Yeah, I'll give you a regular roll.
forceful or careful?
Are you being forceful or careful?
I guess I'm trying not to hit Fee, so I guess
So you
careful.
are being careful, okay. Which I'm assuming is actually more likely to harm.
One moment he's trying to eat Fee, the next he's trying not to harm him. I don't understand
I
this
better
guy.
not crush the small man and damage the meat.
Well, you know what they say, you're not you when you're hungry.
Yes, imagine the bola cannonball Ebola. Sorry, is it the bola or is it the cannonball? Cannonball, right?
Sling with a cannonball.
Sling the cannonball, yeah. It kind of just like whistles through the air, and Fee can hear that kind of just not too far from his head, and it crunches into something else. And then all of a sudden, Fee sees this tall insectoid figure fall right in front of him with this big dent in the side of its like armor, and its wing is all damaged and like flittering in a very unnatural and uncomfortable way. And the thing like looks up at you, Fee, and then gets up on its two hind legs with its four other claws, pulling up around in a sort of arched position, ready to snatch at you.
Did I hit something?
I'm gonna focus my chi and punch through him.
Okay, I'm gonna roll with a forceful.
I'm actually taking a spell,
Oh,
focus
right.
strike, focusing my chi into strike.
Oh, just to kill. Okay.
I'm gonna invest all of my mana.
It's probably just as well you did. Yes, with one focused gathering of all your energies, and you push yourself, and you push that energy beyond the end of your fingertips as you like slam into the thing's body, and just like a magical spear almost right through its armor and its chest, and spilling the guts out on the other side of it. And the thing skitters and squeals and writhes and just dies on the end of your magical spear before you withdraw, and it collapses to the ground in front of you. And then you hear as if the buzzing sound in the air, as if it's like going away, and all of a sudden the sand leaves you, and the three of you can see perfectly again, and you can all see one of these creatures buzzing away at high speed.
I'm gonna shout to Medalla and Raz, take him out!
Fee, you can roll for Medalla if you want to roll with advantage, and you'll have +2.
I'm assuming he's trying to be quick or careful because he has only one shot.
Yeah. Put all his skill into it. And Raz, if you want to hurl another cannonball, you can.
Alright.
Yeah,
Well, I
Raz
think,
fails gloriously. The cannonball just goes way wide, sputtering into the sand. Medalla expertly just gets the thing in his crosshairs and just like straight through the back of the thing's skull, and it just like spins out of control and crashes into the dirt. He walks over to you, Fee. Are you alright, my friend? Did it bite you?
No, I'm fine. I didn't get hit. Medalla, what do you think? How much time do we have before the rest of the... Well, till the army shows up?
They'll probably... I mean, they'll be on this way. There's no telling. Half a day, maybe less. If they notice their scouts don't come back, maybe a little sooner. You should gather your
And they're
friends and
much faster than us.
you should tell your friends to gather their things and do what they need to do here, because we cannot hang around long.
So no resting. We're going straight back.
Unless you want to make a stand against an entire swarm, he says with a grin. It's the first time you see them smile in days.
That would be a glorious battle, would it not?
I mean, how many of them are we talking about?
Hundreds.
Easily hundreds. And if the Scarab Gate has been destroyed, as we heard, perhaps thousands.
If only we were so lucky.
Oh. Well, with that, they are faster than us. We cannot outrun them.
No, you're right. Perhaps there's a chamber you can hide in. Check below.
Yes, find the others. We'll keep an eye out for now.
Yes, there may be more scouts in the area.
Well, I think we're gonna pack and try to leave as soon as possible. There's no way we can fight hundreds of them.
Medal just kind of like puts his head to one side, kind of like, maybe.
As much as you would maybe like to.
I don't mean to brag, Master Fee, but I have taken on armies before.
I believe you did. But we have much more important goal and objective. We will need all our strength.
Well,
What's coming?
You and your friends have an objective. As I said, I have a future to face. But you must get below and tell the others. They must know.
Yes. And we will run down to the others, explain that we might be expecting a swarm of these insects in half a day or a day.
Fee, you run down into the temple, and I mean, you're not immediately sure where they are in here exactly. So you run in, and you're following the route that seems most obvious, just your gut instinct, and you twist and you turn and you go through a room and another room, and you find yourself in what looks to once been a bedroom. And there's broken clay and stuff like that all over the place. But on one wall, you are like dumbstruck as you recognize the large oval mirror that you saw in your vision against this wall, and it's completely untouched, undamaged.
This corridor of mirrors that I saw in my vision, at the end there was a pale dragon, right?
When you looked at your reflection, you saw a pale dragon. But this mirror looks the same as that mirror.
Well, I'm standing there and I don't know what to think. I'm just blank. What could this mean? I wonder out loud.
And you recall in your dream, before it ended, that you'd reached out and you had touched the surface of the mirror and it wasn't solid.
I touched the mirror.
And just as you almost instinctively knew would happen, your finger penetrates the surface as if it is liquid. And that's where we're going to stop tonight.
Oh, like another cliffhanger.
I wanted to teleport s6e up to the top so he could see the bugs, which you guys just find a good time to interrupt.
I guess
I was thinking the funniest thing ever would have been just after they finished the battle. PK and all that leave the temple all cheaper. He just sees one dead bug and just faints.
Well, like we heard him scream, so I was gonna be like, we don't know what's up there, so I was just gonna saddle step s6e, like, hey, take care of this. I'm gonna continue copying these rooms or whatever, and then leave you up there.
s6e didn't even hear the scream. He was too busy studying.
Yeah, but they kept the combat. It was a nice flow. I didn't want to interrupt, so I just stayed quiet.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he can still come up when Raz is eating the bugs.
Oh god, that's going to be hilarious. See Raz eat the bugs and he's just going to probably vomit or collapse.
Raz comes into the temple holding like the head in his hand and like an apple and just like biting chunks out of it.
While just finishing his carving of just whatever
Is there
his origin story is.
anything that Raz wouldn't eat?
It's not
The only thing I
everything
can think he
else.
wouldn't eat is something he's already eaten before and
Grass.
didn't like. Grass.
Yeah, Raz doesn't like grass. It's too plain.
It needs seasoning.
I
Okay.
could actually see the Azote having like grass or grass like herbs along with the foot. He's just like, hell no.
Right. So everyone gets an XP for the session. And then did anyone do a drive?
Yeah, definitely learned about ancient cultures.
I ate a shark.
I think Jam made progress towards finding out how she'd cure her disease, but I don't know if that counts.
You did make progress, yes. So that will count.
He helped the party on their quest.
Yep.
I
Jack.
don't know. I got shiny, but I don't even know if finding the origin story counts as a shiny for me or not.
Mean,
I did
your
start
shiny was a
immediately.
little crappy shiny though.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the origin story was far more important to me because I was copying that down to take back to the clan. But I didn't know that would count because it's not technically what I considered a shiny.
Yeah. What's your other drives?
Redemption and just be a good ninja.
I
Gotta do
mean,
ninja things.
be a good ninja because you did the trap disarming successfully twice
No, we'll take that then.
and sneaking about.
Sneaking about,
Okay.
I would think that getting the background, the history, would be part of being a good ninja because you're collecting information for your clan.
No, that's not what I was originally. Like, if that was my goal, then I would say yeah. But like, I just happened to come across it. So that'd be more like treasure. But that's not what I meant by shiny.
It
When I
kind
put
of
that
goes
down.
into redemption as well because it's part of the main quest thing. But I mean, that's debatable. But I mean, I think you did the ninja thing by sneaking about because that's what you do. You know what I mean? Using the
Yeah.
shadows and getting ahead of everyone, scared for danger.
Yeah, and what I mean by redemption is like I did bad stuff, so now I'm trying to do good stuff. So like
Yeah.
telling Jam about my path, that was a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Overcame
That's what I mean.
overcame a notable enemy or task. I don't think we did that one.
No,
Why not?
today.
But I think everyone will get something for learning something about the world or characters.
Yeah. Origin story.
Okay. And
Yes,
then.
Raz.
Sorry?
I was gonna say, yeah, Raz learned that Jam doesn't know much about the Feywild.
I mean, the Feywild is a big place to set that off.
So, that's true. I mean, it's an infinite space, so yeah. So I think Jam and Raz had a fireside chat, so yous get 1 XP each. And Drac and Fee had a fireside chat, I think.
Kind of.
Yeah, they did.
So yous would get 1 each as well. I don't think Shiki did. I don't remember if Raz had one.
Raz had the
Yeah.
Feywild chat with Jam.
Oh yeah, I just said that, yeah.
Shiki had a fireside chat with Grintuk.
That's the closest thing. Explaining about the concept of depression and
I don't think you learned anything from Grintuk though, apart from the fact he's an asshole.
No, I did not, other than he considers depression a sign of weakness.
Yes, totally.
Which is not exactly something I didn't. It was just totally not surprising about
No,
Grintuk.
exactly. Okay, and then nominations for awesome stuff.
So it might be obvious, but I think everyone's like shark takedowns were cool. Like there was Fee crashing one into another. There was Dak like teleporting onto one.
Spider crawling on the side of it.
The javelin and then yanked one over. Even though that didn't go that well, I still think that was cool. And also when Shiki actually slid under one and then hesitated, I think that was pretty cool. Like, it wasn't a takedown, but it was still pretty cool.
So I'm like, wait, this is not like a demon or a monster. It's a living creature. It's like, do we need to fight?
Yeah, I mean,
By the way,
And then
I
come off.
appreciated. I mean, I know it's Shiki's sticky anyway, but I did appreciate Shiki being like, "Hey, let's talk this out."
Yeah. This is why I like when demons come up or insects, because if insects come up, he just faints, or he's like traumatized and doesn't do anything. Or if demons come up, it's like total action.
Yeah.
Cheeky.
Otherwise,
Let's
you're
fight,
screwed.
let's murder these bitches. But then it's like, oh, it's humans. It's like, hey, guys, can we settle this out?
You missed
Can we
out. You
keep
should
this
have
verbal,
taken
not make
the.
it physical?
You should have taken the "don't hit a guy with glasses" trade, since you're always trying to negotiate before you fight.
I don't negotiate before a fight. I negotiate during a fight, or after a fight.
Yeah, after we've established that they're out to kill you, that's when he decides.
No, I think Shiki.
That's what I'm like.
is-
We don't need to kill each other here. We could leave it all in peace.
No, Shiki waits till he has a position of power. He'd see that guy was outnumbered now. All of his friends were dying, so Shiki had all the chips. He's like, okay, now we can talk.
Yeah, I mean that's the intelligent way to do it.
Yeah.
From a position of strength.
Yeah, all your people are dead. You know, you're the only one left. I just kicked your ass.
I also
Let's talk
kind of
now.
liked Raz implicitly threatening Jam and her whole people.
God, that was hilarious.
It was a pact. It has to happen now.
It's like, yeah, if you don't take us, our shamans will just open a portal and we'll invade.
I would never hold up in court.
Have a hold up in court. You think Shiki? You think his people have court? You think Vash's
No.
people have such a thing?
I
No, they
didn't.
have court. It's the most biased court you could imagine. It's literally just all the elders agreeing, yeah, that's what we should do.
I also liked Fee, the way he started asking Drac all the questions that's going to make Drac nervous about his intentions.
Dude, immediately,
Yeah.
the first thing he says, like, "How do I fight people like you?" Like, after what I just heard, no, I ain't telling you nothing. I don't know nothing. Immediately put
Well,
me on edge.
he's gonna find one way or the other. He has the money.
You have the money. That don't mean a lot, to be honest.
So, the other thing I want to say is Fee. So, if you held off taking something, I'm going to say what you could take as an ability now is the ability that's kind of like Shadow Walk, but you don't walk through shadows. You can walk through reflections.
Oh.
You've got a stand pool.
That's kind of interesting, but also very situational. Walking
Yes.
through the mirror,
Not really.
reflections.
Water reflects.
So you can travel through like spaces of light, which is reflections. So mirrors, reflections in the water, that kind of thing.
I was about to say you think that's limited, but honestly, it's not. Any piece of steel would have a reflection on it. So any weapons would
Look
do
at
a
a
reflection.
sword or a shiny shield.
Or something polished, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would need to be big enough for me to go through.
Yeah.
A pool of water.
See, in JoJo, there's a character who can teleport into someone's eye because it's reflective.
There's a big enough eye, sure. Something to think about.
Yeah. I'll definitely think about it. It sounds cool. Yeah.
I mean, as a basic level, it could be something that has to be big enough, but then maybe as you get like more advanced in it, you could do all those smaller reflections.
I did.
Technically, a reflection would just keep going infinitely out. Technically, as far as the light would shine, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and is there some kind of boundary?
So
Like an area?
So it's like the shadow. When you go into the shadow walk, it's like a labyrinth of shadow tunnels. Now Drac is just so experienced that he knows how to follow those tunnels to get to the shadow that he wants to get to come out the other side. And if you do the mirror walk, it's the same way. You go into it and it's like a path in a different plane, and you follow it to a different reflection, and that's where you can exit. So theoretically, there's not a limit on the distance, but you have to kind of find your way to the point that you want to get to.
I don't know if you remember how poorly my shadow stepping went on Al. Like there was one time he tried to shadow step to flee from an enemy, and got killed like in the shadow realm.
That's what's good. You had like a shadow baddie as part of that
Yeah.
campaign. But yeah, something to think of. Right, I'm gonna have to go quick though. Did we have any level ups?
No, but I held on to mine because you said I might want to after that talk with
Yeah.
the elf lady. So I still have that one to use.
Okay.
And I'm still a few
And the
points
level
off.
up for me.
Did Jam get a nomination?
Oh, everybody got a point for awesome stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, we all did
don't
awesome.
I think Jam did. Like,
Yeah, outclassing Shiki on searching skills, like reading reading
Yeah.
knowledge.
that's just a roll. Like,
You passed a healing roll. Just take it.
No, you were talking to someone that I really liked. Who were you having the fucking conversation with? Oh God, I'm not gonna
you
remember
mentioned the conversation with Az, but I think that was him that was being killed during it.
that. Yeah, it wasn't that one. You were talking to
Was it with
someone
the priest?
that I really liked.
Priest at the start
The
was
priest.
interesting.
Priest
Yeah,
at
it
the
must have been the
start.
priest one then. Yeah.
I do like how you tell the Raz to stop and then immediately the thing got killed by everyone else.
Yeah.
Damn NPCs just won't listen.
Can't believe
And
that.
the two NPCs jump in and murder it simultaneously.
Right, yeah.
And as again, Grin took his MVP.
I don't think Graham took did a lot this time.
When is Grintok gonna level up though?
In fact, Grin took pissed off the entire party through the first half of the session was just great.
He'll have his moment, don't worry.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to level up because he one shot that one Azothe warrior.
I haven't noticed. He's not stationary.
Like, I think none of us could have done that except maybe Fee.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of hinted that he's been doing stuff in the background at times, so he's not.
I guess.
He's not just not doing anything.
But Vacan could have with the right poison and stuff, I guess.
I mean, if Dracan gets a roll, Dracan's fucking unstoppable.
Yeah, no, I have that snake poison. I could have easily killed that Zardy too, as long as I could have used my sneaky stuff, but that wasn't allowed in the duel. So, you know, I wouldn't have fought that fight. I'm like, nope, I gotta go.
Like, more and more, it's like, why is Grintuk bothering with him?
I
Because he has
feel
to kill
like
Raz.
It's to kill
The
Bass.
backstory
That's
is
his only
that
reason.
someone in the leadership of the Golden Boys wants Raz dead, since he has a lot of influence. So they hired Grintok to kill him, but Grintok is just for some reason, really bad at killing Raz.
But yeah,
So
he's failed so much at it that he's just determined now. If he can't do anything else in life, he's going to accomplish this goal. And he's going to kill this fucking cow.
With poison.
His only failure
he could obviously
is the
kill him
Golden
with
Boys.
a dagger. I think that's the hiccup here. He's trying to do it with poison because he probably could do it with a dagger, no problem.
Yeah, well, he's got that tunnel vision now because he's been at it so long. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. He's like, it's got to be poison, and I'm gonna do it if it's the last thing I do.
It's almost like a crowning achievement of his poisoner skills. Do you know what I mean? Because he has to kill this guy. But yeah,
I mean, if it's a poison, it can kill Raz. It can probably kill anyone.
exactly. Crowning achievement. That's what he's going for. He's magnum opus.
Pomegranates, huh?
Right, I gotta go, guys.
Alright,
Okay,
see
just
ya.
next time.
Yeah,
Later.
I'll head off too.
See you next week, guys.